We'll call our meeting to order. If you would, please stand for prayer and pledge if you wish. Today's prayer will be offered by Pastor Forrest Smith, who is the Family Life Pastor at Shiloh Baptist Church.
It's a privilege to be here with you and open in this. Let's pray. Lord, we thank you today for the freedom to open this meeting by coming to you. We thank you that you have made a way for us to know you, to abide in you, to get our purpose from you. Thank you, Lord, that you use us in all areas of our life and around in our community. You've made this possible for each of us through the life, death, and resurrection of your Son, Jesus Christ. And we thank you for the fact that he came into our brokenness and made a way for us to become whole. Lord, we ask for wisdom as we go into this meeting. We pray that as we discuss the needs and the plans of our community, Lord, you would guide our thoughts, guide the words that we speak. We pray that we would lay aside every desire and agenda that does not line up with your will. God, we pray for peace and unity among our county commissioners, among our other elected officials, and all throughout our great county. Lord, you've made this a great place for us to live. God, we know you have even greater things for us. So we pray your wisdom and your guidance to lead us there. Lord, may we follow where you are leading us. We pray that we would reflect your love that you've extended to each one of us. And Lord, we pray in the words that Paul spoke and wrote in Ephesians that Lord, we ask right now that you would grant us, according to the riches of your glory, to be strengthened with power in our inner being through your Spirit. God, that Christ may dwell in our hearts through faith, and that you would make us rooted and firmly established in your love, and that we'd be able to comprehend with all the saints what is the length and width and height and depth of your love, and that we would be able to know Christ's love that goes beyond understanding, so that we might be filled with all the fullness of you, Lord. God, we trust in you. We have written on the words behind the commissioners right now, we trust in God. I pray that we would live that out. We trust that you are able to do above and beyond all that we ask or think, according to the power that you have at work in your followers through the Holy Spirit. So we ask, Lord, today that you would be glorified, not just today, but every day. Continue to make this a great place for us to raise families. We ask this, Jesus, in the precious name that is above every name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, David.
I'd like to welcome everyone to our Washington County Board of County Commissioners meeting today. We thank you for being involved in the business of Washington County. We ask that you please be respectful of all audience members by silencing all electronic devices and keeping distractions to a minimum. Our first order of business today is to adopt the agenda, and I have two additions to the agenda and an amendment. So the addition will be regular agenda item 7.5, which will be a request to apply for a RIF grant. Mr. Melvin. 7.6, canvassing board appointment discussion, Supervisor Pettis. So those are the additions, and the amendments would be to move agenda item 7.4 before the public hearing. The sheriff has a need to head down south. And then agenda item 7.6, the late ad, will be just below 7.4. The supervisor has a conflicting appointment as well. Any other amendments to the agenda?
I'm good.
None.
Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved to approve.
Motion is second, further discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. So with that being said, we will go to agenda item 7.4. Sheriff, if you will come forward with your guys. This is a survival flight lease agreement. And Mr. Truitt and then Mr. Fleener. Anything, are you gonna start this off? Or- So, I'll do it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Way at the bottom.
So I'm gonna give y'all a quick backstory on this. Probably about a year and a half ago, I and my staff recognized a need for an aircraft somewhere in Holmes, Washington County, somewhere closer to us. So we went to work looking at different companies that provide medical transport. It was a long process, but we found the perfect company for Washington County. We've already got a great partnership with them. They've agreed to come to Washington County and base an aircraft here for us. It's gonna take us out of what I've been calling a desert. We got aircraft around us, but the response times are so long. So this is going to strengthen our healthcare system for Washington and Holmes County exponentially. Here today, because in this process, the survival flight crew and administration looked at where the best location for an aircraft will be to do the best good for more people. They landed in Wausau. The only place in Wausau that really worked was there at the EOC. So today, before you, we have a lease agreement to allow them to establish a base there at EOC. And then there's should be another piece of paper, a COPCN, to allow them to operate in Washington County. I'm requesting your approval, please.
Okay. Would the survival flight crew just like to stand? Let's see who you are. Thank you guys for being here today.
And
Sheriff.
I really like that because that's really close to my house and there's no telling when I'm gonna need one.
He's not lying.
That's a true statement. True.
I mean, Seamus tried to call one, he couldn't get to me in
Yep.
time, so we had to go.
Yes, sir.
I've been a customer of an Earhart flight as well, so
Yes.
I appreciate it too.
Yeah, we were able to meet with and I personally met with the owner of this company a few months ago, and as the sheriff of Washington County, there's quite an investment that they're going to put in our county, and I can tell you, as the sheriff, I completely 100% endorse the company that Randy and his staff has worked on for, like he said, he started this a year and a half ago, worked really hard for the last year. And again, as a sheriff, I 100% endorse this company. There's other assets, not only on the medical side, that they're gonna be able to offer this county and the sheriff's office as a first responder, and we can get into that later. But again, I just want to go on the record as a sheriff, I 100% endorse this company.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Just
Comments?
to add on, I've been a part of the process and met with them and the owners and the pilots, and this is, I really believe it's good for Washington County, and the location is perfect, and it's all positive is what it's saying.
Okay. I do want to, for the record, at the top of the ground lease, the date is 2020. I just want to make sure we are aware of that, and we will amend that to reflect the correct date in the original document. So, any further questions?
No.
So, what I'd like to do is get a motion for the ground lease agreement, and then we'll do the certificate of public necessity of convenience separately.
I'll make a motion for the ground lease agreement
All right, motion to approve.
to approve.
Motion to approve, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll now accept a motion for the certificate of public necessity and convenience.
So moved to approve.
Motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank
Thank
you,
y'all very
Commissioner.
much.
And thank y'all
Thank
for
you,
y'all's
Jared.
hard work on that.
Survival flight, welcome to Washington County.
You'll never be the same.
All right, 7.6, Canvassing Board appointee discussion, Supervisor Pettis.
That's
Miss,
a good idea.
Miss Pettis, would you mind real quick if we got a picture with Survival Flight?
Do you want to stand with them too and I get a picture?
No,
of all
no,
of
no,
them?
no, go ahead.
Walked off too early. Thank you for all you did on that. That cleared up room a little bit.
Yeah, just a little. Get the rest of it.
All right, Deja, come on up here.
All right, Miss Pettis.
Get your steps
We'll
in.
resume.
Well, good morning. So our election in August is coming up, and usually, of course, David, you're the chair, so you would be on the canvassing board. I would need someone else to be on the canvassing board, plus I also need an alternate. So,
And it cannot be myself or
Or-
Commissioner Griffin.
Yeah.
right.
So,
I can't count my own votes.
I
so,
can, I can do it
Just a
if you,
pleasure.
if you want me to, whatever.
so we need, somebody to
Take your place.
take my place
Mhm.
and.
And then an alternate.
Okay, so you want to.
I'm good with either one.
To take my place, and then
Yeah.
we need an alternate.
I can be alternate. I've studied for the test before.
Okay, so I will send both of y'all, 2 links. There's a couple of trainings that you have to take. They're
Wait,
several hours long.
There's a test?
Yes.
David
There
wants to
is.
do it.
You'll
Gotta
just
learn
watch
those
it.
signatures.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it is several hours long, but if you just take that, give me your completion, then we'll put it, and that's all that I needed.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion from the board would need to be to appoint Commissioner Marquez as the canvassing board appointee and Commissioner Corbin as the alternate.
I'll make the motion to approve that.
A second.
Motion and a second. All those in, or excuse me, any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll move into our public hearing portion of our meeting. Our first public hearing will be 3.1, Florida Department of Transportation, District 3 Headquarters Major Development Review Application with variance request. Ms. McDonald.
Good morning, Commissioners,
Good morning.
Morning.
and guests
Good
and
morning.
staff.
Morning.
Okay, our first case is a major development review application with a variance request, and this was submitted by the Florida Department of Transportation. They are going to be redeveloping their District 3 headquarters located on Highway 90. And altogether, the property is about 12.85 acres in size. The request for the major development review application is to remove 2 existing buildings on the site and replace them with a 3-story, 33,000 square foot building. And the parking will be realigned with the building also, but the majority of the site will remain in place. The variance request is to allow the use of the existing vegetation on the site, the buffers, and which would allow them to retain their stormwater, and otherwise it would be a major development of the whole entire site, which was not needed. They're going to be relying on a lot of the infrastructure on the site for this redevelopment. And here's our land use map, and this is public, semi-public, which is appropriate for the use. And here is a rendering provided by the FDOT staff. We met our public noticing requirements. We held a neighborhood information meeting on May 14th. One neighbor attended just to learn more about the project, but we didn't have any opposition to the case. And staff recommended approval, the planning commission recommended approval, and today we make a final decision regarding the case. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Are there any questions for Ms. McDonald?
No.
Questions for the board?
None.
Are there any questions or concerns from the public? All right, seeing none, we will close this portion of public hearing 3.1, and I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. We will open public hearing 3.2, Williams Small Scale Future Land Use Map Amendment. Ms. McDonald.
Okay, this application was submitted by the Williams family, and this is a small-scale future land use map amendment. And it's located in the southern portion of the county. It's approximately 4.94 acres. This is a lot located within the Crystal Air Park subdivision. This is one of the last pieces of the parcels inside the development that was designated as general commercial. And so the request is to change to agriculture, silviculture. The Williams family would like to build a home on the site, but they're not able to with the general commercial designation. And you can see here, they're one of the last. There's a little tiny piece on the airstrip. In the red portion on 77 and Crystal Lake Drive, that's the park and ride lot. That's not part of the subdivision, but so this would allow them to build the home, and the land use would be compatible with the surrounding land uses. We met our public noticing requirements. No neighbors attended the neighborhood information meeting on May 7th. Staff recommended approval, and the Planning Commission also recommended approval, and you'd be making a final decision today. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Are there any questions from the board?
I'm good
Is
with
there a
that.
petitioner here that would like to add anything? Okay. All right. Anyone from the public, question, concerns? All right. Seeing none, we will close this portion of the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion.
A motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll now open public hearing 3.3, Hernandez Small Scale Future Land Use Map Amendment. Ms. McDonald.
Okay, this is another small-scale map amendment proposed, and also in the southern portion of the county. And Ms. Hernandez owns a piece of property on Highway 77. It's approximately 5.96 acres. Her request is to change from residential low, which is the yellow, which allows only residential uses, and she would like to change the land use to general commercial for future commercial uses on the site. Her plan is to build a community events facility, a wedding venue on the site in the future. We met our public noticing requirements. We held a neighborhood information meeting on May 14th, and there were several neighbors that were opposed to the proposal, mostly from the uncertainty of what could be located on the site. So what if Ms. Hernandez doesn't follow through with her plan for a wedding venue? What if she sells the property? Traffic issues were another a big point of discussion at the meeting and also at the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission met, staff recommended approval. This is just for the use, to change the land use. Ms. Hernandez would have to follow through and submit a major development review application for the wedding venue in the future. All the neighbors would again be notified, and we would review engineered, stamp, and sealed plans. And at that time, we would look at driveway access, traffic, along with the Florida Department of Transportation, and also look at stormwater and parking and other issues on the site, and in an effort to limit impacts to the surrounding neighborhoods. Planning Commission recommended approval, and today you'd be making a final decision on the use. If you have any questions.
Any questions from the board?
So this is just to approve the land use change?
Land use change on-
And then she's gotta come back for development order. Yep.
Is the petitioner here? Would you like to add anything? Okay. Any questions or concerns from the public? All right, seeing none, we'll close this portion of public hearing 3.3. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
All right,
Second.
motion is second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. We will open public hearing 3.4, Skyway Towers LLC, Coates Tower, Major Development Review Application. Ms. McDonald.
This is a major development review application proposal submitted by Skyway Towers, and it's the Coates property. And this is located in the northern portion of the county. And the request is to install or construct a 195-foot high self-supporting wireless communication tower with associated wireless facility on 56 acres of property, and located off Old Bonifay Road. And the land use is agriculture, silviculture. And here are some site plans from the plans that were submitted with the application. And you can see the location of the tower and the wireless facility. And this will also house future carriers, so to encourage co-location on the site. And there's also space reserved for the county for public emergency communications. And this is a rendering of the tower. We met our public noticing requirements, and we held a neighborhood information meeting on May 7th, and all of the attendees were opposed to the tower. They had issues related to being able, the visibility, being able to see the tower from their properties. They had concerns about how the tower would affect property values and if that would cause a property value decrease in the neighborhood. And they're also concerned about health issues. And some mentioned that they already had adequate service in the area. And so they're questioning the need for another tower. The Planning Commission met on June 1st. Staff recommended approval. And the development review application excuse me, also went through the Development Review Committee with no issues. Planning Commission recommended approval, and today you'd be making a final decision regarding the tower. If you have any questions.
Any questions for Ms. McDonald? Is the petitioner a representative here? Yes, sir. Anything you would like to add?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Aaron Garnett on behalf of Baker Donaldson, 923 Gulfview Street, Orlando, Florida. Just want to briefly add, the proposed tower meets the requirements of the ordinance. We provided also a propagation map showing the necessity for this. This area is essentially a dead zone for T-Mobile.
Can you pick the microphone up just a little bit, please?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. That's
Is that
good.
better?
Thank you. Yes.
Couldn't tell if it was actually picking me up or not. As Ms. McDonald noted, there's going to be room for co-location. there's enough spots for 4 other carriers, as well as she mentioned, for county EMS, the sheriff's office, firefighter department, or power companies if they want to add antenna. What we also did provide was a valuation impact study showing that this proposed tower will have no negative impact on the surrounding property values by a certified property appraiser. It's a straightforward, staff is recommending approval. We meet the ordinance, and we would respectfully request for approval of our application, and as well, if the staff report is not entered into the record, that it be entered into the record. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, is there any questions? Questions or concerns from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Has there been health studies?
Can you come forward, please, to the podium? If you would, just please state your name and address, please.
Yeah, Christine Lopez, and I'm on Walkerton Drive in Sunny Hills. I was just wanting to know if there had been several health studies done with towers like that, because coming from Colorado, there was specific areas that they were allowed to put the towers due to health concerns and issues that develop over the years. That's all I was asking.
All right.
And I hope you guys look into it before you approve anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The very back. Hold on, Mr. Sheffield. No, come on.
Good morning, board members. My name is Larry Zazula, 835 Maple Street. I have looked into this discussion and issue and topic about the cell towers. I used to work for a company. However, that's beside the point. 0.01% of an EMF is the predicted within 1,000 feet of the tower.
Can you speak in that mic, Mr. Larry, a little bit?
When?
I'm sorry, my name is Larry Zazula, 835 Maple Street. I have experience with cell towers. I also wanted to mention that the fact that 0.01%, which is well under the 10%, is 0.0 of the federal regulations for safety. Building a cell tower builds no more EMF than your microwave actually builds more. So health issues really isn't, I don't feel, a topic. Now, cell phone tower services, within a mile, the tower umbrellas out for signal. Their signal may not be as great. They may need Wi-Fi calling more often. But point is your Wi-Fi in your home gives off no more EMF or health issues than a tower. And they do design them to look like trees.
Thank you.
I'm not holding the time or anything, but I'm sort of speaking in favor for the elderly people what's going on. Something happened to me, and the question I have about these towers.
Will you state your name and address, please?
My name is Simon Sheffield. Address is out there near Walsall, 2121 Jesse Way. And I'm a senior citizen. And they was giving away free phones around here. So I got a free phone. It was free phone, they give it away, I was free. Okay, speaking to the towers, my question is about the tower. Who owned this tower? I found out I got in trouble with my free phone. I got the free phone, then I went to Walmart to get another phone. I got scammed there with this phone thing. Man told me it was a free phone, but it ended up coming back getting a bill from AT&T, $200-something. Now I don't do that much talking. See, I have a free phone, so I don't do no 200-something much talking. I don't text and all that stuff, you know. So they got me all tangled up there with my phones and everything. So what I want to know, all these towers coming in, who own these towers? Is it Verizon? They put me on a contract for $75 a month. I don't do that much talking. You see, so all this, T-Mobile was free phone. I have a free phone now. I don't know why I signed up for another free phone. But my question is again, who owns? Is it AT&T? AT&T came in there and cut my free phone off. That's what I'm mad about. They cut my free phone off. Someone charged me a bunch of $200-something. Now, who own these towers? Do AT&T and they come in there and be owning all these towers, and if you don't have no communication, they cut you off? That's the question I have with them. As far as old people, I don't know, a lot of the people know how to handle for. I don't know how to handle that good. But I didn't have no business to try to get another free phone. That's where I made my mistake. When I tried to get, they scammed me with that. And come back, AT&T was in charge of the whole mess. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sheffield.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? All right, seeing none, we'll close this portion. Actually, I do need to, for the record, disclose an ex parte communication. I spoke by email from Mandy Longo, so I just want to make sure that's in the record. Ex parte, Mandy Longo. All right, we'll close this portion of the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
All right, motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, we will move to agenda item, open public hearing 3.5, The Towers LLC Bush Tower Major Development Review Application. Ms. McDonald.
Okay, this is the Towers LLC, Bush Tower, we're calling it. It's the Towers LLC is submitting on behalf of Verizon. The Bush family owns the property. This is for a major development review application. And as you see, here's the location in the central eastern portion of the county. And the property is approximately 75 acres in size. And the request is to approve a major development review application for one 190-foot-high self-supporting wireless communications tower and wireless facility. And this is located just south of Alford Road and west of Archie Sapp. This is located on Gilbert's Mill Road. And this is the tower that was proposed last year, as you recall. This is the future land use map, and you can see that the land use is agriculture, silviculture. And here are some of the site plans that were included in the package reviewed by the Development Review Commission and Community and Planning Commission, and were submitted to you all for review. And as you can see, this is the location of the tower on the site. And this also will have multiple spaces or areas for carriers to reserve in the future. And also there'll be space reserved for the county for emergency services communications. And here is a rendering of the tower. And we met our public noticing requirements. We held a neighborhood information meeting on May 14th, and the applicant's representative, Matnaya Yan, was there, the attorney of record, and was able to answer questions of the attendees. About 26 neighbors attended. They're all very, very opposed to the tower. Much like the Skyway Towers, the neighbors had the same concerns about health issues, property values, and the visibility of the tower from all vantage points. And the neighbors also requested additional data and information regarding the tower, which was provided by the applicant's representative. And another concern was we already have enough towers in the area. And there were also concerns about wildlife and how that would affect the environment, and whether the site was appropriate as far as soils and drainage to accommodate a tower. Planning Commission meeting, staff recommended approval. The Development Review Committee had no concerns or comments. This was confusing. The first vote of the Planning Commission was, it did not move forward. So following discussion and the neighbors were able to speak at the meeting and all were opposed that spoke. And respectfully, they asked that the applicant
Ms.
with.
Dawn, can you speak a little louder,
Yeah.
please?
Yeah, so the attendees and the neighbors, as in the neighborhood information meeting, at the planning commission meeting, they recommended respectfully that the applicant withdraw the application. But the planning commission, after discussion, there was a failed motion to recommend denial. A motion was made and seconded to approve the tower, and 4 voted no to that and 2 voted yes. So it was a bit confusing in the staff report, so my apologies. And today you'd be making a decision, a final decision regarding the tower. And the applicant's representative, Attorney John, is here and has a presentation to provide to you.
Okay, are there any questions for Ms. McDonald?
No.
Okay.
None.
I'm good.
Okay, we're gonna open up the floor for the public in just a few minutes, okay? Attorney Yon, okay, there you go.
Yeah. Good morning, I'm Matt Tenaya John, 935 Main Street, Suite C4, Safety Harbor, Florida 34695. I also have Bill Compton with Verizon Wireless with me. May we please be administered an oath?
Yes, can we do you and Mr. Compton at the same time, please?
Yes, sir.
Matt, you get it to the microphone.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So, Attorney Yon, just before we get started, Mr. Fuqua, can you explain this process?
Yes. Attorney John has requested a more formal process for the determination of this development order. This is a quasi judicial proceeding where the board sits and takes testimony and competent substantial evidence to determine whether the development order should be approved or denied. You've each been provided a memo as to what your legal obligations are as it relates to this issue and really any planning issue where the development meets all the requirements of our comprehensive plan and land development code. So each person who comes in is like a court proceeding. You are sort of the judge and the jury. You are not witnesses. You do not respond to factual questions from the audience. Anybody who comes forward will be sworn in and their evidence will be considered if it is valid. You can't have, if you're gonna have testimony about land values, you need to have a appraiser. If you're gonna have testimony regarding health issues, that has been superseded by the federal law, and it's not for your consideration today. So your consideration is limited to, does this meet the requirements of your land development code and your comprehensive plan? Any questions for me?
Any
From
questions
you
for
guys?
the attorney?
So
Okay.
our decision is whether or not this meets Washington County's code,
Correct. That-
our land development code.
Frequently, there are questions, why does it even come to you if you lack discretion? It comes to you to be sure it meets the requirements of the land development code and comprehensive plan. That's what your position is in approving a development order where it's consistent with the comprehensive plan.
And legally, that's all we're allowed to consider.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for the attorney? All right, Attorney John, thank you.
Thank you. As I said, I'm Matt Tenaya John. I come before you today respectfully requesting approval of a 195-foot tall monopole style communication tower. In all maps I show you today, up will be north. So I'm showing your property appraiser map, and you can see the parent parcel highlighted or outlined in a light blue. I've applied a yellow arrow. You can see I-10 moving left to right across the top, and then the property is towards the east near the county border. This is a closer view. Again, you can see the parent parcel. You can see Alfred Road doing that S-curve up to the north. And you have Glen Mill Road down to my south. You'll notice that this parent parcel has a lot of vegetation on it. Also, just from driving the area, the sight lines in the area are rather tight because there's a lot of canopy in the area. And then this is the closest view. Again, I'm applying an arrow to the approximate location of the monopole. This is your zoning map, just showing that the parent property, which again has that light blue outline, is agricultural silviculture. And of course, these are a permitted, communication towers are a permitted use in agriculture silviculture. Just to make things clear, previously I had requested a variance to use the existing vegetation on the parent parcel in lieu of removing additional vegetation and planting a landscape buffer. I have since withdrawn that, so this will just have the planted buffer as required by your code. And also, just to be clear, there are no variances with this application at this time. So this is sheet C 1.0 from the parent, from your plans on file, and your code requires 100% tower height setback. We exceed that in all directions. You can actually see a yellow circle on the property, and there's a diamond on the eastern side. That diamond area, that's the landscape buffer. Inside that, and we'll get closer to that, is the equipment compound. Inside that is a circle that is the monopole. A monopole is a type of communication tower that has a single support pole. There's no guy wires or ironworks extending out from it. That larger circle you see there is 100% tower height, just showing that the monopole exceeds that setback from all directions. This is the same sheet except without the aerial underneath. And then this is a closer view showing the equipment compound. The equipment compound is a fenced area. It has computers in equipment in traffic signal size cabinets. As you heard, it will be designed to co-locate multiple carriers. Verizon is the anchor carrier. They requested this tower. They'll be located at the top. And then there will be available commercial co-locations and, of course, the required county co-location. One thing also to note is the way the driveway is aligned. It even offsets the tower and the compound from the driveway. So even if you were to stop and look straight down the driveway, it would help buffer it above and beyond the requirements of your code. This is just an example picture of a monopole style communication tower. This is sheet C 1.4 showing the compound again, showing that it is designed to co-locate. That's important because your code encourages communication towers to be shared. Verizon provided an RF package, and I'll show that shortly, showing that there are no towers that they can co-locate upon, and no tall structures that they can co-locate upon. After my community meeting, I actually had an additional tower suggested to me from one of my neighbors. I took that to Verizon, and they modeled it. The reason that it had not been included in the initial report is because of its distance. So Verizon has not only met the requirements of your code, but also gone further just to make sure that they met the requirements of your code and to try to put to rest concerns. This is the elevation. This monopole will be completely dark at night. Verizon will be located at the top, and then underneath that you have your co-locations. with the teal and the blue. I provided photo simulations of the monopole just to help show. Last time I had objectors, and part of my philosophy, well, I came into the previous application halfway through. I did not file the original application. So part of my philosophy was to try to at least, provide answers for those objectors, understanding that they may not change their minds, but, at least provide information. So we actually went and provided 12 photo simulations. The common theme through those photo simulations is that the monopole either isn't visible or generally there's a minimal amount of visibility. And this is, you can see 36 Alfred Road looking west, and you can see I have to add an arrow to point it out of the skyline. Trees in the foreground would be able to completely buffer it. I also had questions from my neighbors about the provenance of these, about the accuracy of the photo simulations, so I provided the backup photos. This is 15 Alfred Road, and then this is a picture of 15 Alfred Road from the date of my planning commission hearing. And it's the same thing all the way through. You can see from 1772 Macedonia Road, you cannot see the monopole. 1790 Macedonia. 1915 Archie Sapp, again, trees obscure it. 2090 Archie Sapp, there is some visibility there in the background. Trees in the mid and foreground would be able to completely obscure it. 2150 Archie Sapp. 170 Kent Mill Pond, completely obscured. 2093 Gilbert's Mill Road. And then again on Gilbert's Mill Road, you can see that there's a lack of visibility. 152 Oscar Lane. And then this is Alfred Road off to the west looking towards the southeast. All right, so just running through Verizon's RF justification, and I have Mr. Compton available for any questions that you may have. Verizon is providing this tower partly to provide in-vehicle and in-building coverage, because that's where we use communication, that's where we use devices nowadays. And just to run through, a little history of cellular communications, right? My family's first cell phone was my father's. He got it because he was a traveling salesman in Sarasota. So that way he didn't have to use payphones, or if the Ringling Bridge got stuck in the up position because he worked on City Island and it'd stay stuck for like 2 hours, he could at least call my mom and say, hey, this is where I'm at. That moved on, became part of his work as a salesman, and became a critical tool. Later on, my mother added one. When I started driving, my parents gave me a cell phone because they, wanted to be able to get a hold of me. Nowadays, this computer is technically a cell phone. It has a space for a SIM card. We use the communication network in more places than we did before, and to a much higher degree. And that's before you even take into account the thing that we always face, which is more people always moving to Florida. So on the one hand, they're trying to provide reliable coverage in areas where they did not have, in this case along Alfred Road. In another case, they're also trying to just stay concurrent with the ever-increasing traffic, just like we do with our roads. Specifically here, you can see I'm showing an aerial from the RF package, and this shows the existing towers that Verizon is co-located on. They're the yellow dots. You can see I-10 off to the north, going left to right, and a white line running up and down. That's the county line. Alfred is off to the right side of the screen. The yellow dots with letters, those are existing Verizon towers. And you can see that they range between 2.9 and 6.5 miles away. There's also a light blue dot labeled with an E, 5 miles away. That is a tower that was brought to my attention during the community meeting that Verizon performed additional research on. This is the existing Verizon coverage. Green is reliable and red is unreliable. That's literally is the signal able to reach the devices. And then here's the Alfred site. And then also, in the interest of educating everyone as to why we're here and why at least I'm taking up everybody's time, the other tower that was suggested to me at the community meeting, we added a propagation showing that, and you can see just from a bare physics standpoint, the signal can't reach the area that Verizon's trying to solve the gap in. Also, that tower is actually slated for a Verizon co-location to serve the area around that tower. So that also shows your county's code, which encourages co-location, functioning the way it was intended, and minimizing the overall need for communication towers, only allowing them when we need them. Just as a note, Verizon obviously complies with all federal, state, and local requirements, including FCC safety requirements. If you need to hear that from Mr. Compton, he is available and able to say that. These are additional maps that were provided just to show which antennas on which towers are serving what. It's a little bit nerdy. I would draw your attention back to the fact that raw coverage is missing. If I had a maps where it was green and stayed green, and I was really talking about capacity, which is like lanes on a road, then this conversation here would be very important. This is just FDOT traffic count, and it shows the traffic count for Alfred Road, which is 1,600, I believe 1,600 people a day. Also, just touching here, and this is more, this is more for public education than my burden of proof under the code. But as I talked about, this computer is a cellular device. It puts a drain on the network. I often get asked, why are additional towers needed in areas that are rural, right? We're not the city. Well, that goes back to the National Wireless Broadband Initiative. So we're coming into something called the Internet of Things. I volunteer with a nonprofit, right? They can't afford to have fiber brought into their building, but they have hunting cameras that are cellular enabled, and they can have security that way. And there's a whole generation of technologies related to agriculture that'll be coming in. Also, telemedicine. I had an associate who her father had a heart that functioned at 9% at its lowest. And he would be sent, when he went to the hospital, he would be sent home with a defibrillator vest that monitored him and sent data back. And I know Mr. Compton has personal experience with other information like that. I have a cousin who has a blood monitor that connects to her cell phone. Running through my housekeeping, of course, I have my FAA determination of no hazard to air navigation. Because my neighbors had concerns about property values, I do have a property value study letter from a certified property appraiser showing that there's no impacts to property values. Also, one of the things that was brought up at the last meeting was a concern about soils. That kind of jumps in front of the process and puts the cart before the horse because that's really a building permit issue. The final design of the monopole foundation will be based upon geotechnical analyses. They would literally take a sample of the earth and, using sound engineering practices, design a foundation for the soils there. But I've also, even though we're before that, we don't have our geotechnical yet because that doesn't come till building permit, we did have a geotechnical engineer who designs foundations, performs geotechnical reports throughout the southeast, in Florida and Georgia, provide an opinion letter that based upon the geology maps and being made aware of neighbors' claims of sinkholes in the areas, they are confident that a foundation would be able to be designed to standard engineering practices, so not even anything particularly exceptional. This is just fall zone technology. I get questions about what happens, you know, if a hurricane comes through, the tower folds over upon itself, and you can see this was hit by Hurricane Michael. The tower's in one piece, it's just folded over. The stuff around it is devastated, but you can see that that structure stays together and did not be, and stayed safe. And also just bring attention to your land use table, just showing that in agriculture, silviculture, we are a permitted use. And then finally, I'd just like to bring to your attention 911 call statistics, because I talked about telemedicine. I talked about the Internet of Things and everything. I talked about calls, right? I think the way it's clearest just how much we rely on the wireless network instead of things like copper lines or fiber lines is that Leon County in 2024, over 87% of all their 911 calls were received from wireless devices. Down the peninsula in Orange County, where Orlando is, it's 88%. So with that, I would respectfully submit that we meet all the requirements of your land development code, and I would respectfully request your approval of this monopole. I reserve time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Do you wish to move what you discuss here into evidence for the board's consideration?
Yes, sir. I wish to move the staff report, my PowerPoint presentation, my testimony, and if you don't have my application in the record, my application packet.
And the appraisal report and the engineering report, is that contained in your package?
Yes, sir. That was provided in the record prior to any of the hearings.
Okay, any questions for Attorney John at this point?
And do you accept the tender
You
of the
get to the
exhibits
microphone.
and the evidence? Do you accept the evidence that's been presented into evidence or the proffer?
Do we need to make a motion in a second or just
Yes.
agree as the board?
Or you can
Okay.
agree as a board?
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Brock, you okay with that?
I'm
Accept
fine.
that as- Okay. It's been accepted to the record. Okay. All right. Mr. Compton, is there anything you would like to add at this time? Okay. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Compton at this time?
No.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we'll move to public comment. Is there anybody? Yes, sir.
Thank you guys for showing up today.
I need to swear you in, sir.
Yes, sir, I understand the procedure.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
If you would
Been
just
there.
state your name.
Been there, done that many times. Matt Costin, 170 Kent Mill Pond Road. I am opposed to the tower, as are pretty much everybody in this room. I have here in my possession petitions against this tower, one from the last time we went through this, and then the current one. And I'd like them to be entered in as evidence as well. Both of them are over 80 signatures.
If you would just make your
On each one?
comments and when
Okay.
you're through, we'll accept it. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Where's my notes? Here we go. Okay. Number one, the tower's not needed. The Attorney Johns has stated, oh, they have to have coverage. Well, there's already coverage. He showed Leon County. That's not our county. Show me some documentation that shows that our 911 system in that area of the county does not work. There's nothing, okay? There's nothing supporting any of those claims for coverage or capacity, okay? I've got a neighbor across the street from me who has Verizon. I have 3 neighbors down the road on Gilbert's Mill, right where this tower's got to go because we have to have coverage. They all have Verizon. I sat inside their house yesterday and they had 3 machines going, phones and computers that were on Verizon. They got 5 bars. I don't understand why this is suddenly necessary in that area, other than for Verizon to make their map look more clear on their study, which they're saying they have this study, but we haven't actually seen any of the numbers on any of it. It's like it's in the presentation, but all it is a picture. And they can quote all they want, but they give no expertise onto it. Specifically for this area, what's lacking? Because right now, nothing's lacking. So there's no need for this, okay? We have all the, we do have options to resist this. I know you were given this legal documentation. They keep throwing around these legal phrases. I know sometimes attorneys are not willing to fight for the community in this type of scenario, but we do have options, and you each have an option as a county representative of everybody in this room to stand up and say, you know what, the community does not agree with what either they're saying is legally okay to do. It's going to affect the community, so I'm going to vote no. And if we go to court, so be it. Everybody in this room is willing to pay more taxes or whatever to help cover that. I guarantee you that. Do not let bullying tactics for legalese documents sway your opinion on your job to do what's right for this community, because that's what matters. That's why Florida was set up as a free state. It wasn't about technocracies or legal documents wrote up to give somebody a more than average shake to put in whatever they want. So, okay. And at the end, last thing I'm going to say, since I'm running out of time, is I have to go do family stuff, so I'm not going to be here for your final vote. But I'm going to be praying as I walk out of here that God gives each of you that's going to vote on this the internal moral fortitude to do what's right by this community and not by some legalese document or some technocracy, some corporation, because
All right.
we live
Thank
here.
you, Mr. Costin.
Thank you.
If you would like to, bring your information up to us and we'll consider it for the record. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, is it the pleasure of the board to enter this petition into the record?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, it has been submitted to the record. Do you have your hand up, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you would just state your name and address, please.
My name is Alan Foran. I live at 2029 Gilbert Mill Road. I'm a 4th generation owner of a Pioneer farm. I've been here my entire life. I have a document, a page out of the application for the land development that contradicts what both tower people have told you. They have told every one of us that a certified appraiser says there's nothing to lowering the values. Nobody has questioned who the certified appraiser is. There's no proof. We were told at the planning commission meeting that we couldn't even bring it up unless we had one. I have a paragraph out of the application page that comes from this particular tower. If I may read it, or if you would rather have the copy.
You may read it and you can give us a copy if you'd like.
The variance will preserve mature trees on the parent parcel, enhancing its buffering from both the Gilbert Mill Road right-of-way and neighboring properties. Therefore, the lattice will not diminish surrounding property values. Okay. In the meeting at the Planning Commission, where the Planning Commission members voted in favor of us, the representative at the time told one of the ladies that was sitting here at the front that, and I don't mind being under oath when I say this, okay?
Oh, I forgot to swear you in, I'm sorry.
That if you mess with me, I'll just put.
Can we just do it at the end of his time?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'll just put the shrubbery there and I'll do away with the trees. Okay, so they admit in their own package that it will, and by this intimidation of removing the natural boundary on the front, they won't, as a reprimand, to lower our property values of our property. But then again, I say like I did, nobody has questioned who the certified appraisers are that come with them. Everybody seems to accept what they say. And the other thing I would like to say, unlike Matt, you have a moral conscience. I believe you people were all born and raised here. We still live in a rural county. Who is profiting from this? The Towers Group is profiting. It isn't generating a dime for our county. It isn't helping us. I butt dialed in my pocket the other day, emergency number, and the next thing I know, I'm talking to the sheriff's office. They wanted to know, are you okay? And I was in one of the lowest fields of our farm. I didn't even know what was going on. But you know what? It worked. Our system works just like it is. But we expect y'all, as a moral obligation, to represent us. And our entire community, except one person, is opposed. And we are what you would call the will of the people. And that's what y'all are elected to do, is represent the will of the people.
Thank you, Mr.
Not-
Foran.
Can I?
But hold on, Mr. Foran. Mr. Foran. He needs to swear you in for your statement.
I'm
and-
sorry, I
and
can't.
He needs to swear you in for your statement, and then if you want to present that to us, you can bring that up.
Will you please state your name?
My name is Alan Foran, 2029 Gilbert Mill Road.
Is everything that you previously said the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, today and tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to give us that document?
I
Or
only
you
have
just
this
want it
one
to be on the
copy,
record?
But if y'all, somebody would make one, I don't have a copy machine, but
Okay.
it's out, I can give you the whole packet. I have it in an envelope.
Okay, we can make you a copy of this.
And we have spent many hours
Okay.
reading
All
and
right.
looking at the whole
All right, thank you.
process.
Would you like to make a copy
Sure.
for you? Would you like for us to make a
Would,
copy?
please? I
Okay.
appreciate it.
We can do that. Is it the pleasure of the board to accept this document into evidence for the record?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
You okay? Stand with you?
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
My name
Yeah.
is, okay. Good
Do you
morning.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Gorham, would you like to sit instead of stand?
I'll try standing.
I'll help.
But thank you. My name is Jeanette Foran, and I would like for you to spell that Foran for correction. Now, I'm going to tell you what I have not found. I asked for a package of the application. Now let's understand, I did not find it in the information that was given to me. Number one, the permits, not found. Department of Environmental Protection. Number two, environmental studies. And I'd like for you to reference back to Mac Nickel, the minutes of 8/21/25, where he specifically stated that he was going to be responsible for human, wildlife, and environmental studies. He also stated in that meeting that he wanted all the neighbors happy. Now, I don't find that. Now, remember now, for the record, I'm going by what I did not find. I don't know what has been kept from me. The known species that are protected, that are living in that area, are the gopher, the owl, the bald eagle has been spotted several times, and the indigo black snake have resided there. I see them crossing the road from that direction. Okay, number three, an environmental resource permit was not found in my package. And remember that the water that comes off of Oak Hill flows all the way down eastwardly into the historic Chipola River. Now, we need to protect those waters. Okay, there was a recent ruling, March the 16th, 2026, that ruled that a fast track wetlands permit, can only be done federally. Now, I ask you, has the U.S. Corps of Engineers been contacted? And where is that 404 section that they're supposed to submit? And this has been taken away according to this document that local and state have no authority. It is strictly federal. Where is the Federal Communications Act of 1996? This is a Clean Water Act too that's not included. Where's the proof of the coverage that we don't have? The sheriff didn't submit a letter. The fire marshal hasn't submitted a letter according to the package.
Ms.
Has a
Foran?
frequency coordination
Foran.
study been done to ensure
Ms.
our
Foran.
internet services?
About how much longer will it take to make your point?
Give me another minute.
Would someone like to yield their time? Board, give her one more minute?
Please.
All right.
I'm having to hold her up.
Okay.
Our right to farm, that was not in my package, and that is to protect our agricultural rights. Now, I'm going to tell you that I visited the property appraiser's office, the clerk of court, and the tax collector's office. And the landlord is using 005900. That is agriculture, swampland, lowlands, exemption, greenbelt law. Am I right or correct? Now I'm going to ask you.
About the parcel variance number 11 real quick.
Okay.
Tell that.
Okay, on your sign that was posted there, and by the way, it was not posted for all the roads, and I have a list of those. But 006, the one that ends in 006 on the sign, that's not to be found. That's not recorded. Now, I only asked you to double check me to make sure that I'm correct, because I don't know what information has been purposely withheld from me. And I please ask you to stand with us in what we feel is correct and lawful in our own community.
Thank you, Ms. Foran. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Lopez. Matt,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
if you would, just state your name and address again, please.
Christine Lopez, Walkerton Drive in Sunny Hills. I haven't been following what these people are going through, but I had a few questions that caught my eye here. For one is, why is the Planning Commission denying this Verizon tower? That hasn't been brought up. I don't know if the packets that, you know, she supported you guys was just given today, or if you've had weeks or months to review them. But regarding going back to the health, RF radiation exposure is increasing due to the rapid expansion of cell towers, 5G and now 6G networks. This study adds to growing scientific evidence on health effects linked to cell towers. In a 2022 review of the scientific literature on health effects to people living near cell towers found the majority of studies reported impacts such as radio frequency sickness, cancer, and biomedical changes. Unlike other environmental pollutants, cell tower radiation is subject to minimal regulatory oversight in the U.S., where RF radiation exposure limits have remained without proper review since 1996, and like ICN IRP limits are only designed to address the short-term effects of exposure, but do not account for the long-term continuous exposure of cell towers. Now, for the health and safety of these individuals that they're trying to place another tower near, I really hope you take into consideration their health in the long term and vote no on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. In the very back.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, always.
You just state your name and address for the record, please.
Larry Zazula, 835 Maple Street. I have been to several meetings and I have seen several familiar faces in light of a dollar store. Now, we're not talking about that, we're talking about a tower. In a life or death situation for anybody, these towers can be the only communications after a storm, a hurricane, per se. I just wanted to bring that point up because, I mean, after a storm, do you honestly know what can happen to the radio tower for the dispatch? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. If you would just raise your right hand, and let's do that, and then Matt.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, if you would just please state your name and address, please.
I am Janice Nelson Wheeler, and I live at 168 Oscar Lane. I've never understood all of this, but I've been enlightened and I've been listening to people and everything. My family has lived here. They're all gone, but just a few now. But we're only not even a half a mile from where the tower's going to be going. And the people that do not want to give up on this, they're the one, like someone said, is going to profit from all of this. We're not, the people around. And I would say to them, if you love people, you love God, and you love the people that's in this neighborhood that's been here all their lives, please consider who they are and what they mean to this neighborhood. I've lived here, I've moved away, I have come back to Chipley. And I'm not sorry I did, but my husband had heart failure. We have Verizon. I have Verizon at my house. We never have had a problem sending reports to the doctor over the monitor. I have never had a problem getting out. Someone said, well, if, we have a storm, the towers mean so much, life or death, maybe. No, they don't. God is number one. He is in control of all of our lives. And we need to consider that. God will take care of everything else. But we do not need this tower on Gilbert Mill Road. And I know that all the other people feel the same way I do. There's so many people. I've got neighbors. I love my neighbors because I love people the way God loves people. And I really hope and pray that all of you county commissioners, the board, will see what we're all talking about and what we want for our people that live out that way. We want health and everything. No matter, today, it may not hurt you. But how about later on? What's gonna happen? Thank y'all very much. And I hope you will consider to get rid of this. now and for good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the back. Oh, I'm sorry, she was next. No, I was talking back there.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, will you please state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Rexanne Bush Duran. My address is 1883 Horn Place, Chipley, Florida. We're the owners of the property concerning the cell tower. This application has been thoroughly reviewed and has gone through 3 public hearings. We understand that some of the neighbors oppose the project. However, we respectfully ask that your decision be based on the county's standards and the evidence before you. We're not asking for a variance, special treatment, or asking you to ignore the rules. We're asking you to apply the rules that Washington County has already adopted. If an application that complies with the county's standards can still be denied simply because it's unpopular, then the standards themselves mean nothing. This tower will improve communications, infrastructure, and can support emergency communications to help meet the growing demand for reliable communications in the area. We understand that some people do not want the tower, but the question before the board is not whether everyone likes the project. The question is whether it complies with the county's requirements and serves a legitimate public need. According to the planning staff, it does. We have been threatened while shopping in local stores because of this application, which illustrates how emotional this issue has become. Since we've been presented as outsiders to this community concerning this land, I want to present a little history of this land. This land has been handed down through generations of my family, with me and my sister being the next. This land is our family's heritage, just as it has been for many other families in this community. In fact, the adjoining property owned by Mr. Beckworth is where my grandmother grew up. And if you go back through our family history, actually Miss Forehand is my grandma's cousin. All of our families have deep roots here. There was once a farmstead on this land. The house was actually given away by my family, moved, and it now sits on Orange Hill Highway, and it's where Mr. Breener lives to this day. This land is just important to us as it is to anyone else, and we care deeply about preserving it while also making responsible use of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now in the back. Just raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good
Please
morning.
state your name and address for the record, please.
Evelyn Zazula, 835 Maple Street. I have another unpopular opinion on this subject. If I had to choose between a tower and a data center, I would rather have the tower. It's going to be less on our health, less in resources, and less it's going to cost us as a community. So as a community, we do need to think about that. I'd rather have that than a data center. And that in the middle of nowhere, if there's not a cell tower, it goes to a satellite first. So, and then it goes to the tower. So either way, let's pick the tower over a data center, so then data center can't come in and try the same thing, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. Saw another hand this way. Yes, sir. You would just raise your hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you would just start with your name and address, please.
My name is Chuck Roberts. I'm
You need
at
to-
1612
Yeah,
Tool Circle.
You might need to raise it up a little bit, you're kind of tall.
Sorry about that. I've got a couple questions. The location of the construction area they want to put this tower in is awful close to the same area where the Pike Pond evaporation field is for the county. That's county property. Where we moved from, these towers are usually space that's leased from farmers, counties, state areas. They want to purchase a undisturbed parcel to construct this within a stone's throw away from county property that could be leased from the county, generating income for the county and allowing more control. And there is more accessible roadways to this. Or why are these put in the middle of nowhere instead of on major arteries like 77, where you broadcast 360 degrees to our people using our land, opposed to half of it going to our county, the other half going across 231 to a completely separate county that is not involved with this at all, yet they're reaping the benefits of it.
Thank you.
Pretty much all I gotta
I
say.
will clarify that spray field is the city of Chipley. That is not county-owned property.
But it would still generate income.
No, I get your point. I just wanted to clarify that. Yes, sir.
Or even leasing from farmers that have disturbed property already, opposed to disturbing natural areas, which happen to be in the Ecofina water management area that's supposed to be state controlled to keep its natural nature of it. Just something to think about. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much. You have your hand raised? Yes, ma'am. No, you, yes, ma'am, you.
Hi, good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Hi, my name is Jackie Hale, and I am, I'll use 168 Oscar Lane. That's my grandfather, and our ancestors, like so many others here, homesteaded this land, you know, back in the 1800s when the state, you know, when we first became a state, 27th, I believe. And one of the things that the owner of this property brought up, you know, yeah, she's an ancestor as well, been here for a long time, but she does not actually live on that property. Everyone else here lives on their property, very close to it. I believe their property on Sunday Road is, what, 8 miles away as the bird flies, so it's a little bit, you know, different area or different situation. One thing, when I was trying to pull up some information, premeditated acquisition of rural land is something that's become a little bit more popular, you know, because they kind of push everything through, especially with these unnecessary monopoles. It's been talked about and proven. We can prove it because we have Verizon. I do a lot of virtual work. I'm a public insurance adjuster. I do a lot of work via, you know, iPads and stuff like that that are cellular phones, as we've been told. And I've never had an issue at my parents' house when I come over to work and come visit. So never had an issue. Like Mom said, you know, Dad was on monitors, he had a pacemaker, never had an issue. 911, many times 911 had to be called, never had an issue. I mean, so we can all prove that Verizon is, you know, we've got service out there. We don't need another tower where everybody still lives except for the people that own the property where they want to benefit monetarily by this tower. Once a monopole is built, the company gains easement, its rights, de facto control over surrounding land use, and inflated valuations for future resale or release. Farmers are pressured with take it or leave it offers, while business told resistance. Local government is dazzled by, you know, maybe promised tax revenue, little benefits, but they waive proper hearings, you know, so we're not exposed to everything that is going on. As we said, you know, this all started back in 2024, maybe before, but the first thing we found with this premeditated start was in 2024. We didn't have any public notice of it, which I know Jeanette brought up. The notice on the public notice is not even the right parcel number. It ends in 0600. So I don't know where that even, you know, we haven't been able to find it. We've been looking all over the place. So that is not even, you know, adequate. The public, we do deserve full transparency on the true long-term, or we risk privatizing our countryside one as another. And as one of my other cousins said, I mean, I know everybody's watched Yellowstone or have heard of it, you know, you got the Duttons on there. But this is the last frontier part of the state of Florida. We're on the limestone. There are a lot of sinkholes. The land development that I read, that was taken last year where it was 9 inches below average rainfall. So that is not even adequate as to what the normal is. And like the gentleman back there said,
Can you
you know,
get it
yeah,
wrapped up,
okay.
please?
But he said something about the, you know, when we had storms, you know, we all need it. Well, I think I saw a picture where that one from Hurricane Michael was kind of bent over, so I don't really think that one kind of helped anyway. So, you know, we got to look at the full picture, and please just remember, we all won't know on this, and we appreciate your vote, and we don't need it, and we didn't ask for it. So please do what's right by all the voters, constituents, and please say no.
All right,
Thank
thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
You
Beth
swear to
Melvin.
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
Will you state your name and address, please?
That's Beth Melvin, 2093 Gilbertsville Road, and I swear I won't cut the trees down across the street between Porter and Gilbertsville Road, so I don't have to look at the tower. Okay. What happened last year? It just seems like there's a lot of fishy stuff going on here with this application. It really does. I mean, I got 4 people on our property there. Yes, I live at 2093 Gilbertsville Road. All these ancestor pioneer people there. More than likely, there was 13 kids that grew up in that house in 1874. And they all must have grew up where I live at now. And I try to preserve it and keep it the way it is. But the thing that I've been trying to point out here is I'm a firm believer on the South Florida Building Code. Wind velocity test, soil test. I'm a firm believer. And sure, she's got her certified stuff. She's got it. I don't know where it came from. I don't have it. I don't see it. But she's got it. I don't know if you got it. And she went back and she reopened this case. We had it cut and dry last year, about probably a year to date last year. We had it cut and dried, we thought. Had over 100 signatures last year, didn't we? Over 100, right? Okay, everybody's got Verizon, everybody's happy. I got AT&T, we got a tower over there 4 miles away on Pioneer Road. I got a text, hey, you got 5G? Okay, everybody's happy. Okay, I don't have a computer. I got my cell phone, that's it. I'm happy. I can call 911. I can call Washington County Ambulance, they're out there in no time at my house. You know what I mean? So the thing about it is, I don't get any service on my dirt road. I don't have no drainage. Okay, I might see a grader boy about once a month. I don't have no drainage on the side. You go down there right now, Washington County. Go right down Porter Road, go down on Gilbertsville Road. You go right down that road right there on that tower there right now. Flooded. You go look at that dirt on the side of the road there. You go look at that driveway they got there where they're gonna go in there. Looks like Everglades, sopping wet. What's gonna happen tonight and tomorrow? And she's gonna show me that picture that tower came over in Hurricane Michael. She hadn't seen the tornadoes. She hadn't seen those people, John and Karen Watson, that died in a tornado 3 doors down from me. She hadn't seen May 8th, just this year, when Hayden Watson, the survivor, seeing his parents died in a tornado 3 years ago in March. And that kid running out of his driveway on May 8th this year because we had a tornado come down Gilbertsville Road. He ran into a bird feeder, ran out of there, wrecked his car. Kim Gross running out there. Dean Locke in the back behind me on Jewel Road, broken his back, running from a tornado. Edna Wells' son behind me, coming out the door, opening up his bedroom door, seeing daylight. I'm on Tornado Alley. She hadn't seen that. Okay? I don't have the drainage system. It's a sinkhole out there. Okay? It's not gonna work. I just pray on it. Pray over it. Pray through it. Okay? In God we trust. We don't need it. Save the land. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I promise.
Would just state your name and address, please, sir.
Eddie Beckworth, 109 Alford Road. This tower would be right in my backyard. I'd be facing it every day I come out the door. Like everybody else, I got service. Don't need another tower there. Them things are ugly. I don't care what they do to them. I don't want to see one every day. Vote for the people. We don't want it. Nobody here that lives around there wants it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Would just state your name and address,
Ashley
please.
Corbin, 15 Alford Road. I just want to say that those pictures, I don't know when they were taken, but they're not current. And I just built my house like 5 years ago, and I wouldn't have built a brand new house if I knew a tower was going to come right here next to it. And there was just a tower that was built by elementary school in another state, and they have just taken it down because several children have been diagnosed with cancer. So we please listen to the people, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Kelly Suggs. I'm 5th generation on RG Sap Road. This has been going on for a year. We've elected you to represent us. You know how we feel about it. You passed the Land Ordinance Act to make this slip through the cracks and work for a corporation, not the people that elected you. And that's not fair, what you've done. We're holding you accountable today. We've been bullied for 3 nights now, well, 2 nights and a day, by lawyers that they will sue. That was the first thing that was said at the neighborhood meeting. They will sue if you don't pass this. That's fine. Y'all support us, we'll support you in the lawsuit, and we will help you fight it. But we are begging you to work for us. We elected you. Some of you were up for election this year. It will be remembered. Just saying. Also, I'd like to say, when you take a picture of the moon at night, does it look the same on your phone as it does in the sky? Honest answer from y'all. Does it look the same? So do you think that the picture that the person that represents them gave you is giving you an accurate representation from a picture? If you know the moon doesn't look the same in a picture, is the tower gonna look the same in the picture? I think you can be honest with me and say, no, that's not an accurate reflection. I will also say that as soon as we saw the sign before we received the documentation, I looked up the parcel number. The parcel number's not there. So there's your documentation right there to fight this. The parcel number does not exist on the sign. You need no other reason to say no other than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Attorney John, would you like to make final statements?
Matt Tenaya, John again, and I apologize if this goes for a little bit. I have a laundry. I'm just trying to work through a laundry list of objections. So the first thing is the petitions, and this was actually brought up during, I just want to get it out of the way for housekeeping purposes. Florida law, these hearings are for the purposes of determining facts for your decision based upon your land development code. And it's not for pulling the room. I provided a case before. It is already in your record. I can provide a copy again. At least it should be in the application file. It's called Benjamina Nurseries, 170 F Sup 2D 1264. It's a federal case, but they're actually citing back to a Florida case called Apopka. So they were saying, the federal court was saying, Florida law is that the purpose of this hearing is to talk about facts and law. I would just offer a copy again, if you'd be willing to receive that.
You have several things you want to present, or
Pro-
just,
Probably, sir.
well, why don't we wait and
Yes, sir.
do them all?
Take them all at one time.
While I'm going through housekeeping, I am also going, because I would be remiss, and my malpractice carrier would be displeased with me if I did not include a copy of the Telecom Act of 1996. So, which states that local governments are not to make decisions on the basis of RF emissions. That's codified at 47 USC Section 332. And I would, I would ask that that be moved into the record as well. And then to just get through, let's move on. I'm going to start with, Mr. Compton because, just to talk about the RF need. Again, this is above and beyond. Your code encourages co-location of towers, right? But it's not like, say, down in Hillsborough County where you have to provide a RF package that goes off to an outside expert and they verify that the need is there. So we've gone above the burden of proof in this application. Mr. Compton, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name's William Compton. Address is 7701 East Telecom Parkway, Tampa, Florida, and I have been sworn in.
He was sworn initially when they first presented, both parties were.
Okay. Are you familiar with this Alfred West Tower?
Yes, I'm very familiar with the project since its inception.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm an RF design engineer with Verizon Wireless. I've been with them working on 3 years. Been in telecom for over 27 years. But I was one of the original design engineers for this area of North Florida, and I'm also a traffic engineer for the entire state of Florida. So me and my team basically created all these search rings, which are basically trying to solve capacity issues in the state, which therefore my name is on the original search ring for this site.
All right. May I please have my PowerPoint presentation back?
I don't think, yeah, Kimberly.
Okay. All right, I'm showing some documents at Verizon down the lower left-hand corner. Specifically, I'm moving to a map. And it has red and green colors and a blue dot in the middle, the words proposed site over it. What is this?
This is an RF propagation prediction map showing the area. The green area shows what we deem as reliable service. In the top left, there's a designation AWS. That is one of the multiple frequency bands that Verizon Wireless owns licenses to in the state of Florida, in particular into this county. And this prediction is relative to that exact frequency band.
Okay. And what does green mean?
Green means reliable service. That means two things. For these maps, it means a certain level of service. And because we use this particular frequency band, it's also showing one of our, what we call capacity bands. As I stated earlier, Verizon Wireless owns multiple different frequency bands, kind of like channels on your television. The lower channels propagate further and better. The problem with those are they don't serve as much traffic as capacity. The higher the frequency band, usually when the FCC auctioned that spectrum off, they usually auctioned off more of that spectrum, and therefore it covers more capacity. It has more lanes, would be a better analogy for it. So the reason why we propagate with this coverage is because this is basically where you could predict to cover, if you're covering in building, which would be the green area, you'd be able to have high-speed internet service and be able to adequately use that no matter how many devices you have in the home. It wouldn't bog the system down.
All right, so going back to this map, when Verizon goes to develop a new communication tower, what leads you to that decision? Like, how do you identify I need to put a tower to the west of Alfred, Florida?
Yeah, so that goes back to our traffic planning. Again, I started out as an RF design engineer. In those old days, it was just coverage. That's all we want to do is make your phone work. Now it's a matter of making it work and also providing the high-speed internet service that we provide and high-speed data. The way we come up with these maps and design these capacity areas is we actually have, as you can imagine, tons of data that we get back from all of the users that are using our network. Traffic trends of existing traffic projections into the future, which you can only imagine how steep those curves are with everyone starting to use more and more internet service. So we basically use those maps. We look at individual sectors, which are each one of those blobs coming off each one of those towers, and then we predict in the future. Sometimes for this one, for example, we actually have capacity issues on the sites today. There are some instances where we're trying to predict in the future and we try and go ahead of that. These are actually having issues today. So we basically then design an area that will offload capacity. That's basically the way these cell networks work. A cell network by definition is comprised of cells. Each one of those cells is a finite area covered by a set of antennas, and those antennas can only serve a certain amount of traffic. As more and more people and more devices are used in that area, the only way we can offload that traffic is to serve it with another site. And that's what this site is. It's going to offload the existing sites in the area. It will provide coverage as well. Don't get me wrong, it always does. But the main reason for this site in Verizon's business plan is to offload the existing sites.
So just to come back to this, the need for this site is based upon you monitoring your own network, correct?
That is correct. And in other meetings, we've been requested to provide documentation as to what that documentation looks like. We have some very hard issues with sharing that kind of information. In the cell industry, it's called CP&I, Customer Proprietary Network Information. If we share that information, we can actually show locations of individual users using service, for example, on large parcels like we have in this map. We could show usage in an area that someone could go, hey, who's living there on my property? So we're not allowed to use that. There's very strict laws in place where we cannot do that. So again, that's the reason why we do not share that detailed information. I can share that people within Verizon and the budget people at Verizon, everyone has to deal with those, have repeatedly allowed us to pursue trying to build a site here, which to me, from the outside, I would think that would demonstrate that Verizon intends to spend $500,000 or more in this community to offload traffic. And we don't do that just because we want to, just because it's a major investment that we need to do to maintain our network.
Okay. And just so I understand, because you're talking about capacity, which is something that doesn't show on the map, correct?
Correct.
For me, someone who, every so often, I'm not an engineer, so I get up and I talk. I occasionally am called a twit. Some days I might live up to that. But anyways, for someone like me, I think about that like lanes on a road and whether the road has enough lanes for the traffic. Is that a fair way to think about it?
Yeah, and I can elaborate on that as well. Some people in the group behind us has mentioned that my phone works and I can make phone calls. Part of that is due to what's called prioritization of traffic. Basically, anytime you have any kind of IP traffic, which is basically all cell phone traffic now, you can prioritize that traffic. And because humans don't like interrupted voice, basically all of the packets that go through for voice calls are automatically the highest priority. That's 911 calls and normal phone calls. So usually if you start having voice issues, that's when it's really bad. So as long as the voice is working, you're still hanging on the network. You would probably be experiencing kind of the issues that are happening right now in the field on these sites are basically slow speeds, buffering, videos, that kind of stuff. So again, this is a site that we're trying to build to keep ahead of the traffic. If, God forbid, the day comes when you can't get voice out, we're way too late.
And roughly how long does it take you to plan these sites out? Like from when you go, I need a site here, to when you get a building permit?
It's typically a 2 to 5 year process. 5 being the long side. There's certain counties that are very difficult to develop in, but 2 to 3 years is probably our average when it comes to we look at the analysis, we get the funds to actually build a site, and we create the search ring, and then we actually start the site acquisition and start trying to find a willing landlord to rent to, the tower developer.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for Mr. Compton at this time?
Any questions? No, sir.
Okay. You can take a seat. All right, so there's a lot of other stuff that was thrown around. Permits from FDEP and environmental resource permits, which come from water management districts. You know, that is something that is a separate permitting process that's completely outside the scope of your review. These facilities, being so small, are almost always exempt from stormwater review. Fast track, I'm not sure what that person was talking about. Perhaps they were, but to my knowledge, this is not under Army Corps of Engineers jurisdiction for them to even require Army Corps permitting. The Florida Greenbelt Law, we're all familiar with that. That's a agricultural exemption to protect agricultural properties, to help keep the taxes at bay. It's not necessarily that that's swampland. It can apply to cattle fields as much as it can apply to anything else. And I do believe we have testimony from, and I'm awful with names, but we have testimony from Ms. Durham that, you know, her family actually worked that property, which would indicate that that's property that has been in productive use in the past. There was a question about why not on 77th Street. I've been fortunate enough to, State Road 77, my apologies. I've been fortunate enough that I have had the opportunity to zone in your county in the past, before you even had a tower code, back in 2017, 2018. And this just kind of shows the way the network builds out, that we start with those really big roads and then it expands out. You know, I've zoned over on the edge of Sunny Hill. I've zoned, I forget if it's 77 or 79, but it was former timberland. And I had a neighbor who was hoping that they would get the lease, and they showed up and objected quite a bit. And that was back in 2018. So, limestone and sinkholes, I would respectfully, you have an engineer signed and sealed letter with their opinion on that as an expert. But, you know, let me give you a real life example. I'm from Tampa, right? That is all karst topography, or karst geology, topography. It's limestone, and when you pull the water out of it, the limestone collapses. And then the other thing you might remember from Tampa is something called the water wars. Essentially, Tampa pumps so much water out of places like Pasco County that they make their own sinkholes. And yet there's cell towers there that were successfully designed, installed, implemented, and are safely operating. So I'd respectfully submit that argument carries no weight. Let me just see if I've gotten through everything. You know, as far as obscurity, I've gone, everyone who was at my community meeting, I gave them a full copy of my application package. So I've done my absolute best to be as transparent as possible. Only reason this was withdrawn before is because I didn't bring the application, and I have a pretty strict rule that if I'm going to take something to hearing and it's, you know, going to take and upset people or whatnot, or if I'm going to take anything to hearing, it's going to be my work, so that way you know, I can, whatever it is, it's my arguments that I made. So I apologize if that's too much human pride. But I would bring you back to the fact that this is a permitted use. I would bring you back to the totality of all of the competent, substantial evidence that was brought before you today. I would remind you that this is a permitted use, that we meet and exceed all the requirements of your land development code, and I would respectfully request that you grant approval. At this time, I would like to put Benjamina Nurseries and the Telecom Act of 1996 in the record. Thank you.
Okay, you can bring that forward. Thank you. It's the pleasure of the board to take this information and to enter it into the records as evidence.
Yes.
Very good. Any questions for Attorney John?
Can you state for the record who the certified property appraiser was?
Yes, so the name of the certified property appraiser was David Talby, and he's an MAI, so he's a state certified property appraiser.
I have one question. I'm not sure who this question would go to, but the incorrect parcel number on the sign.
I would defer to staff on that one because we did not install the sign.
We didn't know he was gonna have a meeting. You need a picture of it?
I would.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would remind everyone here that's a basic tenet of Florida law that one who shows up to a hearing cannot complain of notice defects because you're here. So you got it. You showed up and had your due process. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the point that I was gonna bring up. If there was an error made, I don't know if there was, it was made by staff, but people are here, they had notice. You're not required under Florida law to put up that sign, and it's something extra that Washington County does to provide notice.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay. This time we'll close the public hearing.
David, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman,
The public, it's a trial, so we had presentation, we had opposing argument, and then we had rebuttal, so the public hearing part should be closed at this time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but what about the new information she brought out? Can't people have a right to rebut her?
Courtroom?
This is a quasi judicial hearing, which is a trial put on by the Board of County Commissioners. There are procedures that go through which the person presenting the application goes first, then there is the input from the public, and then there's rebuttal, and then that closes the proceedings.
Okay. So, based on that, we will close the public hearing. And at this time, we'll entertain a motion for the board.
Mr. Chairman, I would like a roll call vote on this.
Okay, that's fair.
If it's even with the board's pleasure.
Absolutely, that's fair.
Can I address one issue that was brought up about the legalese of what you're doing and the obligations you owe? When you took the oath as county commissioner, you swore to God that you would defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution and the laws of the state of Florida. That's why we have these rules and that's why we have these procedures. And I know it may be distasteful for you, some of you, to vote against the will of the people if that's what you decide, but under the oath that you took, you're obligated to follow the law.
Okay.
In this proceeding, are we doing a motion, a second, and then discussion, or is it just a motion and a second and a roll call vote?
It'll be a motion and second.
We can't hear.
I was just asking it, under this proceeding, is it a motion, a second, and then discussion, or is it a motion, a second, and then a roll call vote immediately? Was what I was asking.
No.
You can do whatever you wanna do.
So we just, I mean, my opinion, we just start 1 to 5 and yes and no.
Well, we gotta have the motion in a second first, but.
Yeah, you need a motion and second, and if you wanna discuss it, you can discuss it, or you can proceed right to vote. That's your option.
Would we say right now if we had spoke to a citizen, would we need to disclose that right now?
Say
on
that
this?
again?
Would we state right now if we had spoken to a citizen or citizens on this matter, would we need to
Ex
disclose
parte.
it now before we?
Yes.
Okay, I spoke with Ms. Jeanette Forehand. We had a couple of phone calls on this, and I also spoke with Matthew Costin and received, well, I spoke with Matthew Costin last time whenever this was gonna come before the board, but did not. And then I've received the email communication between you, Attorney Johns, and Matthew Costin.
I have
Go ahead.
also communicated with Ms. Forehand and Mr. Beckworth on this matter.
And Ms. Foreham was bringing up 33 Pack Pond Road, which is where the City of Chipley spray field was at, and I told her I'd check into that. I spoke to the City of Chipley, and they said that that parcel is being used for its intent right now. They weren't sure if anything could be added to it, but it is being used for what its intent was.
I'll add ex parte communication to the record, email from Matthew Costin, and phone call with Ms. Foran.
I also spoke with Matthew at my store.
Okay, any more ex parte communications? Okay. Is there a motion on the table?
Yeah, nobody wants to jump on this, so motion to approve staff recommendation for approval of tower, which ultimately would be going against the planning commission's recommendation, which was, we'll leave it at that.
Okay, so motion to approve staff recommendation for approval of the tower.
Yes.
Okay. You clear on that, Ms. Johnny? Okay.
Second.
All right. There's a motion and a second for approval of the tower. Mr. Griffin, we'll do a roll call vote. Just do it by, district.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
District
3,
No.
District 4,
No.
District 5,
Yes.
3 to 2.
Two. Motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I want to make a statement, and I know I'm one that was mentioned that's up for election. And, you know, I'm going to receive some heat from this, and I understand that. This is somewhat of an example of local control being taken away. If these Florida statutes and federal statutes weren't in place, this board would have way more flexibility to make these decisions. You can agree with that or disagree with that, and I'm okay, and I know I'll deal with my vote today. But I just wanted to say that in front of everybody before anybody left, so.
How much money are the owners actually getting? Because it's all blacked out, and that should be public record.
We don't know that, because we don't know that, but I would like to make a statement.
And the agricultural man changed it from the land development.
I'd like to make a statement as well. That tasted bad, I didn't want to do it. Of course, I would like to support what the citizens want, but it meets our code. And maybe we need to tighten our code on cell phone towers, maybe, but this case was no different than the case just before it. They both met the code.
Petitions and people that live there.
I understand, but we're violating private property rights by doing we're violating private property rights by doing the opposite. And those have laws too. It meets our code.
Well,
Well, we need to slow down, because
I have a viable question, if I may. We're not open to back and forth discussion right now. We're fixing to take a recess, and if you have any of those questions, we'd be glad to hear those. So is it the pleasure of the board to take 15 minutes? Let's come back at 11:25. Is that fair?
Yep.
Is that good with the board? Call our meeting back to order. We will continue with our public hearing process. The next public hearing is 3.6, Chapter 14, Building Ordinance Update. Mr. Attorney.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. These are updates to our county building code, which were requested by our building official. We've gone over them. You've had them for probably a couple months. Are there any questions about this?
I do not have any questions.
You mind if he comes up and just goes over
Sure.
for the citizens here? Y'all mind that?
No, sir.
Not at all.
Charles Van Etter, building official. I would say good afternoon or good morning. I don't know what time it is, so.
Still morning.
Still morning. Well, good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Can you just explain the updates that we did in this ordinance for the citizens?
Sure. All it is it's a couple parts together. One, it kind of defines my duties on certain things. It spells it out pretty good. And then also there's a section in there about disasters. If it actually benefits the citizens of Washington because it gives them more time during disasters to build their houses. I know Florida has since made a law that you have to have 1 year to build a house, and we all know it takes probably a little bit more time, and it does give the discretion to the building official to give more time to build. But I put in the ordinance that during disaster, we're to give people more time to help them build. And the other, there's a section in there also about exemptions of permits. So that I've detailed things that I do not want to be permitted. I know in Florida, they want everything permitted. And I don't want that. I want something in there to give exceptions to building permits.
Any questions?
Since he's up there, I do got a question.
Yes, sir.
You know, like, when you get a builder that builds and everybody's complete and you do your walkthrough, do you take the water sample for the potable drinking?
No, sir. That normally is probably, that's probably the health department, county health department that does that, or state health department, but we don't, that's not a part of our venue to take samples and verify the water's drinkable. But it is up to, and if I'm guessing a little bit, if I should say, the contractor should have that duty to make sure it is drinkable and make sure it's sanitary. But I know the building code does say it does have to be potable and drinkable and that kind of thing. It does specify that.
To get your certificate, right?
Well, it's not based on the sample, it's based on the contractor, allowing us to, because what we do is we go inside the house to make sure water's running, make sure it drains properly, make sure all the connections are properly sealed, no leaks, that sort of thing.
Do we get a copy of that passing sample for potable drinking water?
We don't collect that. I would say the health department probably does that. I could check in for you and get back with you, but
I asked the county health department in Calhoun County if they did that, and they said no.
okay, I don't know.
Ain't by Florida state statute, you gotta have a passing potable drinking water test to get a certificate of occupancy, right?
Not necessarily, no, sir. But that'd be something for us to definitely look. I mean, it has to be potable. It has to be drinkable. If there's something in there, the contractor sees that it's not, that needs to be addressed by the contractor. Can we enforce that? I mean, if it's not habitable or if it's not drinkable, absolutely. But we haven't got anything from the contractor or we haven't got any complaints about that.
Okay. That's something we may need to look into.
Yes, sir. I mean, currently, right now, I mean, that's something that, we might have to look at it, like I say, down the road, just make it an ordinance or something. But again, I don't know. I don't want to take away from something that maybe the health department is responsible for. But if you're saying that Calhoun County doesn't do it, I don't know what Washington County does, because we don't.
Well, the health departments are governed by the same standards statewide. So
Yes, sir.
They said that's not a requirement of them. They locate the well and septic tank, and that's it.
Interesting. Okay.
But I'll follow up with you later on.
Yes, sir.
Some more stuff on that.
That's fine.
Okay, any more questions?
None.
I'm good.
All right, question or concerns from the public? Yes, ma'am.
It's like the price is right. Come on.
Christine Lopez, Walkerton Drive. I just had a question actually for this gentleman back here where he says that the contractors are the ones that are supposed to notify the builder if there's something wrong. I can vouch that that is not true. Because I have a D.R. Horton, brand new house. I spoke with several different contractors when they came in to repair different issues. And each contractor didn't care what the previous contractor fixed or repaired, and then they came in and damaged that as well. So when it comes to the water, I highly doubt that whoever does the plumbing will tell you if the water's fine. Because when I had it was Hobbs Plumbing actually that was the contractor for D.R. Horton at the time. They came in to check some of the water issues that I had. Didn't care. Not at all. So I ended up having to contact my person again that, that does the maintenance of it, that all over D.R. Horton, that, issues where these contractors are supposed to go to fix the things. And I had to have somebody else come out. They don't care. And that's where I feel the builders need to step up and actually enforce these contractors that they hire to do what is recommended. Don't just do things half-cocked. Honestly, it's ridiculous. And I seriously feel that with the water that people have been dealing with in Sunny Hills even, they're just building houses. They're not checking all the details. As long as they can connect a water line to this house, they're fine. They're not testing at the house, with their little chemicals or whatnot to see if it's fine. Just because it comes into a house clear doesn't mean there's still contaminants in that water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, based on, just 1 second, Mr. Torr. So, based on that comment and what you were talking about, Mr. Griffin, is this the understanding is maybe our building official makes sure their water, the connections there is draining?
That's what the building code says, that it's connected to a potable water system, not that the water is potable.
Right. But what I'm saying is he's doing what he's supposed to do, but maybe what your question was,
Is add that,
can we look at
a water quality test.
adding the water? Okay, that's what I wanted to be clear. Your question, your position. Okay.
That was my whole question. Good.
I'd like to address the D.R. Horton homes, as she mentioned. D.R. Horton is 100% hires private providers. Once they do that, they're like counterpart to what I do. If they hire those type of people, I am completely out of it. I don't have no authority. I can't, matter of fact, Senate Bill 803, I can't even go on their job site without notifying them, and if I do, I can get myself in trouble. I mean, they're very protected, so whatever D.R. Horton does, or whether these private providers do, I have no authority. So if there's a problem with houses that we look at, we will address it. I'm very good about getting in contact with the contractors and resolving issues. So if there's any problems outside of the private providers, we'll be glad to address it.
And Century's the same way, right? The
Century,
homes-
all contractors they normally hire us, or they use our services, but there are some places that they have the option to do that. I don't know if Century does have private providers. I don't know that until we see the application. And now with 803, we won't know. I mean, they don't have to turn that in until much later that they're using a private provider.
Okay.
Thank you.
One question. the private providers are still held to the same accountability that you are, that they're supposed to be.
Allegedly, yes, sir.
Right, right, and like I say, we'll just say that for the record. So the reason I say that is if we made an ordinance that they had to have a good water sample as part of our ordinance, they would have to do that as well.
They're not bound to that.
They would not be bound if the
Absolutely
county
not.
made a,
That's the problem.
So how you control the private providers is you have to do it by state law.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem.
And
with that.
this is the other thing, they made it in ordinance, or they made it in state law, that you cannot have a law that is restricting these guys, or these people. You can't make a law that says only the building official in Washington County can look at all properties. They will not, state law, won't allow you to do that.
State law handcuffs.
So
us
there again, local control is taken away.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Make that statement. All right, Mr. Attar.
Just a couple things. I appreciate the building officials. I appreciated the last gentleman that was over the department. I appreciate the rewrite. But we've got to go beyond that. There's an infrastructure that home sits on that we've been told it's kaput, it needs replacing. And so the rewrite is nice, but where is the accountability when it comes to a state statute that would allow this guy, that doesn't allow this building department to even come and have a final look, or to have some type of inspection process that would hold these. I'll tell you what, I've been in the Century home, I've been in a D.R. Horton home through the framing and the whole process. And I was told to stay off their property, so I don't do it anymore. But I'll tell you what, if a hurricane comes, like Michael did, Lennar down in South Florida, they found out of all the shoddy workmanship, and I'll tell you what, they literally, in a matter of 3 weeks, that this gentleman, if they went through the whole process of getting the permit and the CO at that final, it would take a lot longer than 3 weeks, and the quality of that home would change drastically, because we have a county official that has a license to protect. These people at breakneck speed are framing these homes. I've had pictures that would make you wouldn't be able to sleep at night if you bought one of those homes. I'm not making it up. And the whole thing about the potable water, why wouldn't, if you got to have a CO, in other words, a certificate of occupancy, it's required that water is potable. I mean, that's what it says. Now, who's responsible? Good question. But I mean, if it's not potable, who's checking it to make sure it is? I mean, how's that done? I don't know. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You would just state your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Kathy Ballinger, and I live on Walkerton, and I spoke Monday night, so I'm sorry to address you again. But I was a permitter for D.R. Horton, and I bought a D.R. Horton home. And I was not told about the water situation down here. I moved from Michigan. And I talked to D.R. Horton employees last night and said, you know, so what are you telling the people out here in Sunny Hills about the water? Because you guys are building again at breakneck speed. And they told me, what are you talking about? And I just find that really interesting because we're all over the news about this. We're having all kinds of meetings. People are posting all over Facebook. And when I worked for D.R. Horton and I became aware of the water problem, I literally went in to not like the girl sitting next to me's office and said, "What's up with this water?" I went in every single time we had a water issue. There were times I was texting from my home to people that, you know, weren't at work anymore going, "Have you heard anything?" or "What do I need to do?" And everybody was like deer in the headlight thing. And D.R. Horton builds a house in 90 days, start to finish. That's what it's got to go. I had 21 days to permit the entire job. So who, and maybe I'm asking a question here I shouldn't be asking, but doesn't somebody have the responsibility to make D.R. Horton and the realtors tell people that are moving in here that this problem exists? Or am I just being stupid? Because I talked to 3 new neighbors in D.R. Horton Homes when I was walking, and none of them are aware of this situation either. They were like, "What? What are you talking about?" And I don't want to sue the realtor. I know I could take them to the board. That's not my goal here. I don't want anyone losing their job. I just want people to be aware of what they're buying into. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, public comment? I think Ms. Benita had her hand up first.
Benita Crittenden, Greenhead. I know this is a little bit off the topic of what the motion at hand is, or the topic at hand, but I wanted to follow up on what the lady just before me said. I understand, and this is more for the public, more so than it is y'all, but it is something that you guys need to hear too. My grandson looked at a house in Sunny Hills. My son-in-law and my grandson went to look at the house. They met the realtor. They met the D.R. Horton sales rep. We weren't aware that my grandson was looking at a house until they were on their way there. And I'm like, "Have you not heard about the water issue in Sunny Hills?" And so when they got to that appointment, my son-in-law asked the realtor and the D.R. Horton sales rep about the water issue. And they were told, and this was after the U.S. Water guy came to this podium and talked to you guys. The realtor and the D.R. Horton sales rep told them that particular area on Gulliver, which is 1 or 2 blocks off of Shenandoah to the south of Shenandoah, was on a new well, a new infrastructure system that was completely separate and independent of its own from the old well. Now, we know from what the U.S. Water guy came to this podium and said that it's all tied into the same system. It might be new infrastructure at that particular household, but they were misled. And I sent my son-in-law the video link of the meeting where the U.S. Water guy was here and he said what he said. And luckily, you know, the D.R. Horton sales rep also told them that they had never had any complaints about the water in their new houses in Sunny Hills. So between the realtor and the D.R. Horton sales rep, it was a gross misrepresentation. And luckily, my grandson chose not to buy that house. But my point here is I know that people, I'm used to ruffling feathers. You guys know that. I know most people don't want to ruffle feathers. They don't want to bring attention to themselves. But there comes a point in time where people have to be held accountable for their actions. And like I said, I'm talking to you guys, but I'm talking to the people behind me in the public too. The citizens, everyone has to hold the realtors and the sales reps of these construction companies accountable to whatever ethics board they are held accountable to. So if it means reporting them to state licensure boards, reporting them to ethics boards, that has to happen to achieve accountability in this gross misrepresentation that is happening in Sunny Hills. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, any more public comment? Yes, sir.
Good morning,
Morning.
ladies and gentlemen of the board. Larry Zazula, 835 Maple Street. I really haven't done much research on this water issue, but what I can say is that there is a MSBU in place, and there is the availability there is no homeowner fees in Sunny Hills. So one way to resolve it would be MSBU. Maybe fees go up. Maybe they resolve it somehow by putting in and finding a grant through the board to put in a filtration system. And while we're on the topic of ruffling feathers, I find it extremely uncomfortable, distasteful, and disgusting.
Thank you.
We're still on the building.
Well, and we are,
Yeah.
and when Commissioner Griffin brought up some of those water issues, some of this I felt tied into where we were going. So,
Yeah, that was tied into where we was at.
yeah, that's why I kinda swayed just from the building ordinance, because some of this was somewhat tied to that, and
Yeah.
based on his question.
Yeah.
Does that answer? Okay. All right, any other public comment? Okay, at this time, we will close this portion of public hearing 3.6 and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll move to public hearing 3.7, final rate resolution to impose and provide for the collection of service assessment in Sunny Hills, Oak Hill Municipal Services Benefit Unit. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is your annual rate resolution for the Sunny Hills.
There you go, tall guy.
This is your annual rate resolution under your ordinance for the Sunny Hills MSBU. It includes the 5% annual increase that the board has been following for the last few years. You previously had the preliminary rate resolution that's scheduled for a public hearing for public comment regarding the rate resolution. The ordinance sets forth how those funds are spent. The final rate resolution sets forth the total budget based upon this rate that's going to be assessed. My understanding is there's no new properties that have come online, or if there are, those notices have been sent out. Just to kind of.
What did you say about the notices?
I'm gonna address the board.
Do you mind holding the microphone, Mr. Attorney?
Repeat, please.
You're bound by the ordinance as far as how notices are to be sent out. My understanding is staff has complied with that ordinance and the notice requirements. Unless there is a new home or a new road that is constructed under the ordinance, the definition of improved means facing a paved road. So unless there is a new paved road, that property would not get a new notice. That was done when the original ordinance was adopted. So we're here this morning for a public hearing on the final rate resolution. The only difference between this one and previous years is it includes the 5% increase from last year. That is the only difference.
Okay. Any questions for the attorney?
None.
So,
Thank you.
Okay.
so the MSBU funds, can you state where that money, can we pave roads with that money in Sunny Hills?
Yes, under your ordinance, it sets forth the allowable uses for those funds, and that is one of those allowable uses.
Even though it's a Washington County road, we can still do it, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's a question I got asked. I just want some clarity on that.
And I know that I'm not in control of the budget, but I do know from prior discussions, lighting, grass mowing,
Garbage
pickup, some things that the county doesn't provide in other parts of the county are provided within that MSBU district for use, and that's what those funds are used for.
Any more questions for the attorney at this time?
None.
Okay. We'll open up to public comment. Yes, sir.
I'm a little shorter than he is, a little vertically challenged. Ken Attard at 1386 Butterfield Court. Well, I have here for you, I delivered to Mr. Fleener's office yesterday the packet that I want to give you now. May I approach? No, I'd like to do it now, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
I want to be going over just a little bit of it,
And
if
we-
you want to look, and this is for the record.
We have that. I think,
That's another one for you.
Okay.
Yep. We all have a
Is-
copy up here too, so.
is that what this is? that we
Yes.
have printed?
Yeah, okay. So, just a brief comment that was made from the attorney. The mailing notice, why would you have an appendix of A and B in a resolution that Mr. Fleener gave to the board to approve? Why would you have an affidavit in there saying that by May 28th of 2026, that he was to mail out notifications? Not only that, this resolution is not about 5%. Built within that resolution is to two other increases that total up to $52 a year that will not require any public forum. So it's not just about one rate increase. Am I right or wrong? It's about three. And the second two do not need any public forum. It's going to be settled today if it gets passed through. So one, why is there an affidavit in the current rate resolution that there was not an affidavit in last year's rate resolution, where this year's resolution specifically has an affidavit in it that you all were supposed to read that said that Mr. Fleener was going to have a public mailing of first-class mail to all the citizens in Sunny Hills on the tax roll. It's in there. Read it. It's in. You're shaking your head, Ms. Marquez. It's in the resolution.
Okay.
It's right there in front. That's why I gave you the packet. I have the resolution in the packet, and it clearly states that. Mr. Fleener it was to be notarized. It wasn't in last year's, so he says there has to be a new road. Well, also in the state statute, there's 4 reasons why you would have to mail out. And the fourth one is it has to do with, well, let me think for a minute. What did it have to do with? It has to do with, and I can't think of it now all of a sudden. That's what it was, when the language is changed in the resolution. And in this resolution, it went from needs for the MSBU, it went to community needs. And the wording was changed. Now, if I might ask, I've asked the board, I have 4 folks actually, that are willing to yield their time to me. If they would stand. We have 2 here, and then we had 2 over there. So I'll continue. So the idea is that the state statute requires that if there's a change in the language, in this new resolution, it went from needs that are, how did it go? Essential needs to community needs. Big difference. Essential, community. So he wants to argue there wasn't no new paved roads. And remember again, last year there was no affidavit stating that Mr. Fleener was going to put out a public notice. This year's there's one in there. Why? Why? Because it was supposed to be mailed out. That's why. And again, the whole object is that people, I've talked to, we made a lot of phone calls yesterday. People said they've never received a notice. Never. These are people that have lived here for a long time. So check into it. Now, what you have there in front of you is the petition from the MSBU. Those that pay it each and every year. And there's close to 200 signatures that want it abolished. They're not interested in it. They're done with it. You have the cover sheet there. That was the Sunny Hills Oaks MSBU petition packet. Concerning the public hearing item 3.7, we requested the packet to be entered into the official record. You have the written objection to the proposed annual rate resolution, a formal written objection to the proposed annual rate resolution, the continued MSBU assessment, and the reimposition of the Sunny Hills Oak Hills MSBU assessment. You have the petition statement, petition requesting the abolishment, repeal of the Washington County, Florida, Sunny Hills Oaks Hills MSBU benefit unit, and rejection of the proposed annual rate resolution. Also in that packet, you have the type list of the petition signers. For clarity and ease for the board to review, you have also in that packet a copy of all the original signatures, and you have the supporting documents, the agenda, the public hearing notice, the annual rate resolution provisions, the rate resolution, and so on. So, today, I am here to formally object to the proposed annual rate resolution for the Sunny Hills Oak MSBU. I am asking the board to reject this rate, reject the reimposition of this assessment, and begin the process of abolishing the Sunny Hills Oak MSBU. This is not simply about a small increase on a tax bill. This is about trust, accountability, proper notice, unauthorized spending, questionable benefit, and whether the people paying this assessment still have confidence in a system that has taken their money. For years, Sunny Hills property owners have paid into the MSBU under the claim that these funds provide a direct and special benefit to the properties being assessed. But many property owners no longer believe that this is true. Many do not believe the benefit is direct, fair, proportionately, or properly accounted for. Some property owners own vacant parcels and see little or no direct benefit. Some live on roads that have not received meaningful improvement. Others see MSBU funds being used or proposed for things that appear to go beyond the original purpose of the MSBU. We have continued concerns about unauthorized spending, questionable projects, and the lack of full transparent accounting on where these funds have been used. Now, the county is asking the board to approve another rate resolution. That resolution would approve the assessment roll, impose the assessments, create liens against properties, declare every assessed parcel receives a special benefit, and adopt future maximum rates that can be imposed without further notice. It's in the resolution. So we strongly object to all of that. The board is being asked to make a legislative finding that every assessed parcel receives a special benefit, but that finding should not be automatic. It should be not assumed. It should not be a rubber stamped year after year while residents and property owners are standing here telling you that the benefit is not being seen. The spending is not trusted, and the system no longer has confidence of the people paying for it. One of the most serious issues before you today is the issue of the notice. The annual rate resolution includes an affidavit of mailing signed by Mr. Fleener. That affidavit states that the notices required by the ordinance were prepared and mailed first class to the affected property owners on and before May 28, 2026. Those notices were not just formality. They were supposed to inform the property owners of of the assessment, the amount proposed to be levied against each parcel, the method of measurement, the total expected revenue, the hearing date, the right to appear, and the right to file written objections within the 20 days of the notice. This all matters. That notice is what gives affected property owners the opportunity to review what the county is doing, inspect the assessment roll, prepare objections, and come before the board before a final action is taken. And like I said earlier, we have personally contacted close to 50 residents and property owners concerning this notice. Many of them have reported they did not receive that first-class mail. Now, I doubt anybody did from what I'm hearing. It was never mailed. Why was it in the resolution? Why? What are we trying to imply? That it was? It's in your resolution. And we can quote state statutes all you want, but people weren't notified, and the board, by Mr. Fleener, and this rate resolution was told that he was going to mail it out. Or why was it in there? Serious problem. If the county is relying on an affidavit stated that notices were mailed on before May 28th, and this board needs to address the fact that many affected property owners are saying they did not receive it. We're not talking about one person claiming they missed a letter. We're talking about a pattern of property owners reporting no receipt. That raises a real question about whether property notices actually accomplished in a meaningful way. So let's be clear. The county is asking this board, Mr. Fleener, who represents the county as the administrator, he's asking the board to take final action. Impose liens, improve the roll, establish the assessment, and start a narrow 20-day legal challenge window. That's in it as well, after today. While many property owners are saying they never received the notice that was supposed to give them the opportunity to object in the first place. That should concern each of you commissioners. The board should not move forward with final adoption while there are unresolved notice issues, unresolved spending questions, unresolved benefit questions, and a growing petition that we handed to you today from the people asking the MSBU to be abolished. We're not simply standing here saying abolish it without offering a path forward. Within the petition packet that I've just submitted to you, we have made a clear outline as to how we believe the abolishment of the MSBU should be carried out in an orderly and responsible manner. We're asking the board to begin that process. We're asking for a full forensic audit of the MSBU account. We're asking for answers concerning questionable and unauthorized spending. We're asking for a review of whether the assessments are truly providing a direct special benefit to all parcel owners. And I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, they are not. They're directed in an area where the builders are. That's where, and they'll say, well, this road was paved over here. Well, yeah, that's what Mr. Scott told us when we asked him what was the priority as to what determines what roads get paved first. You think maybe it's public safety? Well, you guys sit here today in Cavalier, where we have new homes going up on that road. You have people driving on the side of the road. That road has been overlooked and continues to be overlooked, and all we get is talk to the hand. Well, the priority is over there where all the builders are at. We know it, you know it, and so does everybody else. We're asking for transparency. Before any more money is taken from the Sunny Hills property owners, and this is not the first time the issue of abolishing the MSBU has come up. In 2017, the same issue came up at the Sunny Hills Community Center. At that time, the continuation of the MSBU was treated as though it had support because a room of people raised their hands to continue it. We have close to 200 people here with a signed petition saying they don't want it no longer. And in 2017, they didn't even know who those people were. They simply raised their hand and they said, okay, we'll continue it. Think about that. But today, the board has something far more concrete than showing of hands in a room. Today, the board is being presented with close to 200 signatures from residents and property owners to abolish the MSBU. That it cannot be ignored or brushed aside with just a few unhappy people. These are property owners, these are taxpayers, these are people being assessed. They are the people whose property will be liened if the assessment is imposed. So for the record, I'll end. We object to the proposed annual rate resolution. We object to the reimposition of Sunny Hills MSBU assessment. We object to the finding that every assessed parcel receives special benefit. We object to moving forward while many property owners report they did not receive required notice. We object to any increase in the assessment without a full forensic audit and review of MSBU spending, and I respectfully request that this board reject the annual rate resolution and begin the process of abolishing the Sunny Hills MSBU. The people have signed the petitions, they've submitted the objections, they have shown up, they have asked for transparency, they've asked for accountability. Now the board must decide whether it will listen to the people being assessed, all those at their signatures as you see, or whether it will continue a system that no longer has their confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the question I have for the board is, we have the original packet from yesterday that was stamped as it was signed. Is it the pleasure of the board to add that to the record?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, any other yes, sir, Mr. Lomax.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Lomax. I live at 3887 Country Club Boulevard in the Sunny Hills area. I'm here today because the issue before the board is much bigger than this rate increase. The real issue is whether the MSBU has the confidence of the people who are being forced to pay into it. That answer, I think it's pretty clear. It's a no. When a funding system continues year after year, but the people paying into it no longer have trust in it, that system has failed. When residents and property owners have to dig through documents, chase records, question expenditures, and organize petitions just to get basic accountability, guess what? That system has already failed. The MSBU was supposed to benefit the Sunny Hills and Oak Hill property owners. But many of the people being assessed do not see a fair, direct, and accountable benefit. Instead, they see a system that keeps money with serious questions or where serious questions remain unanswered. The board is being has been presented a petition to abolish the MSBU. The petition is not just a complaint. It's a clear statement from the people that are being assessed that they no longer consent to the system continuing as it is and as it has been. We are not asking for a pause so that the county can come back later with maybe better paperwork. We are asking the MSBU be abolished because the systems are deeper than just the paperwork. The notice issue, the spending concerns, the lack of transparency, the questionable benefit, and the public opposition all point to the same conclusion. and that is that this MSBU no longer has the trust of the people who's paying it. A government assessment should not continue simply because it is convenient to the county. It should continue only if it's transparent, if it's accountable, if it's lawful, and if it is supported by a clear benefit to the property owners paying it. That confidence is gone. And for that reason, I'm asking the board to reject the annual rate resolution and begin the process of abolishing the Sunny Hills and Oak Hills MSBU. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Crittenden.
Benita Crittenden, Greenhead. I do not live in Sunny Hills. I'm not going to pick a side one way or the other, but there are some important things that I wanted to touch on real quick. I've said for many years now that I felt like there was things that were put in contracts and resolutions that were not really brought out to the attention to say, this is what we're changing, this is what we're putting in the contract. We have multiple contracts out there that have auto renewals on them. That has come back to bite the county in the butt several times. It has been used. There's loopholes in contracts for auto renewal of contracts. But this resolution, I have not went down it line by line like Ken has, but by his explanation, it seems like there were things added to this resolution that has not been in previous resolutions. And so one question to y'all would be, were you made aware that there was auto rate resolutions in the future on this, in this contract? If you weren't made aware of that, we have an issue that I've complained about before many times, that we have unelected officials, namely the attorney, that runs this board. By his description, whatever he's including or excluding by his description to you guys in private conversation, if you're not going through the resolutions and contracts with a fine-tooth comb, you might not recognize what has been written in there if you're not comparing it to. That is a misleading of the board by omission. I've said many times, I feel like that this attorney needs to go. He's been here for 10 years. This attorney hasn't even been put out for bid, but we put everything else out for bid 3 or 4 times by now. But I want to jump real quick. I'm going to pay some respect to Hewlin Carter. He passed away recently, and he was a commissioner that served twice. He served on many different boards around here. He was a smart guy. And I used to go to him, and I would ask him a question, and the first thing that he would always ask me was, well, what does the state statute say, Benita? The next time I would go to see him, I'd ask him a question. He'd ask me the same thing. I eventually learned that I better read that state statute before I ever come back and ask him a question. And I keep referring back to that. The state statute on MSBUs, it can be created by the board without anything. Or the board can require and order a citizen referendum. That was not done to create this MSBU situation, but it can be done to dissolve it. So if you've got a group of people that want to abolish it, and you got a group of people that want to keep it, and you're trying to sort through everything, what's best for the county, what's best for the citizens that you are supposed to represent, that you said you would represent. So the board has the option by state statute, and I don't know if your attorney has told you this or not, but the board has the option to order a citizen referendum. Give it to the people. They've paid this tax for 25 years. If they want to keep it, let them keep it. If they don't, let them vote for it. As long as both parties know that whatever the citizen referendum comes out as, that is what the result is that the board will ratify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else, public comment? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Hello. Ooh, it's been a long morning, hasn't it? I know y'all are exhausted up there. I'm Jolene Attard, 1386 Butterfield Court. Today, this board is not being asked to guess what the people want. You have a petition that was given to you. That petition asks for the Sunny Hills Oak Hill MSBU to be abolished. But it does more than that. The petition packet also outlines how the abolishment can be carried out in an orderly and responsible way. That matters because no one is asking the board to act recklessly. No one is asking the county to ignore responsibilities. We are asking the board to recognize that the MSBU has lost public trust and to begin the process of ending it properly. The county may try to treat today as just another annual rate hearing, but it is more than that now. The people have organized, they have signed, they have objected, they have raised concerns about notices, they have raised concerns about spending, they have raised concerns about the special benefit, they have raised concerns about transparency, and they have given this board a written request for abolishment. That gives the board a clear path forward. Reject the annual rate resolution, do not increase the assessment, do not impose the MSBU or reimpose at the MSBU as though nothing has happened. Do not use notice problems as a reason to merely postpone this same action. Instead, accept the petition as the voice of the affected residents and the property owners and begin the process of abolishing the Sunny Hills Oak Hill MSBU today. The people are not asking for another delay. They are asking for action, and that action they are asking for is abolishment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lopez.
Me again, sorry. Christine Lopez on Walkerton Drive. Commissioners, I am here as a resident property owner in Sunny Hills, Washington County. I am standing here to explicitly challenge the fairness, the legality, and the overall management of the Sunny Hills, Oak Hills MSBU. Florida law is clear. A special assessment is only legal if the properties paying it receive a unique, direct, and special benefit. Yet, according to the official MSBU meeting minutes from September 3rd, 80% of our MSBU budget is consumed entirely by road replacement. Road paving is a basic county infrastructure duty. By forcing Sunny Hills residents to tax themselves extra just to get drivable roads, this board is violating the legal principle of supplement versus supplant. You are using their or our MSBU dollars to supplant basic county services, effectively subjecting us to unconstitutional double taxation while our standard ad valorem taxes are spent elsewhere. Furthermore, the operational structure of this MSBU creates a massive conflict of interest. The official record from September notes that our MSBU coordinator is paid out of resident funds, yet that position answers directly to the BOCC rather than advocating for the taxpayers. To make matters worse, under Ordinance 17-3, the advisory committee is entirely appointed by this board, completely stripping local residents of democratic control over how their or our money is spent. Finally, let's address the elephant in the room, the absolute disconnection between this extra tax and their or our actual quality of life. The BOCC continues to approve development and draw land survey lines to expand the MSBU tax base, all the while Sunny Hills suffocates under a severe infrastructure and water crises. As hundreds of residents testified on the June 15th community meeting, our neighborhood is plagued by constant water main breaks, dropping water pressure, and discolored water. It is a total failure of governance to levy a special assessment for community enhancement while simultaneously allowing developers to hook new homes into a collapsing defunct infrastructure grid. We are paying an extra tax for a special benefit, but what we are actually receiving is administrative taxation without representation, a lack of basic county support, and a failing utility system. The people of Sunny Hills demand transparency, a legal realignment, how these funds are used, and immediate accountability for our infrastructure. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Well, my speech said good morning, but now that it is the afternoon, I will readdress that. My name is Janine Heath. I live at 4086 Concord Boulevard, Chipley, Florida. I want to be clear that my comments are not coming from a place of entitlement or arrogance. They are based on lived experiences, participation in these meetings, and an understanding of the financial and infrastructure realities our community faces. I'm speaking from educated facts and practical observations, not personal agendas or emotions. I grew up on a dirt road in New Hope, Florida, located in Washington County, Florida. Look, to this day, the road remains dirt, as do many roads throughout Washington County. A large number of these roads will likely remain unimproved due to the ongoing funding limitations and the scope on infrastructure needs across the county. That experience is part of why I understand the difference between what communities need and what limited funding can realistically provide. I'm not here to support eliminating the MSBU. I believe Sunny Hills needs more investment, not less. Several years ago, I attended an MSBU meeting and supported increasing the assessments because it was clear our roads, maintenance, and infrastructure needed additional funding. Unfortunately, many residents opposed paying more while continued to complain about the very issues that required investment. Today, some of those same individuals are pushing to abolish the MSBU altogether. Believing that Washington County will take over their responsibilities. The reality is that the county already struggles to fund basic services. If the MSBU disappears, many of those improvements and services Sunny Hills relies on could disappear as well. I also find it ironic that many of the same people who continue to complain about the water system, which is functioning and not in the crisis it is often portrayed to be, are advocating for eliminating the MSBU. Abolishing the MSBU will not solve the concerns and could leave our community with even fewer resources to address the future needs of our community. I appreciate the hard work that volunteers have dedicated to helping the MSBU run smoothly, and Mr. Parrish for his time and commitment to advocate for our community. Rather than eliminating the MSBU, we should be discussing on how to strengthen it. A responsible increase in assessment could pave more roads, improve maintenance, enhance infrastructure, and increase property values. Communities improve because residents are willing to invest in them. If we want Sunny Hills to become the premier community in Washington County, we must be willing to invest in our future. Better roads, stronger infrastructure, and responsible planning will make Sunny Hills a more desirable place to live, retire, and invest in. We all choose where we live based on the levels of services, infrastructure, and investment a community provides, and these choices come with responsibilities as well as expectations. The answer is not abolishing the MSBU. The answer is spending wisely, investing strategically, and continuing to build a stronger Sunny Hills for future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I have 6 members that are here as public that want to yield their time to me. Now, with everybody's attention, we would like to bid you a good day. We appreciate your endurance of the battering and blustering about things that are necessary. We got a tax increase. It happens. Progress happens. Cell towers happen. Everything happens for a reason. If you don't spend money, you don't make money. So with the MSBU tax, I think y'all are lucky. You have no HOA. You want water, you want clean water, you want roads paved. Psh, 13 years something's been going on in this room because of a road getting paved soon. Correct, Wes?
What road?
Have a good day.
Thank you. Shh, guys. Mr. Zazula, please.
Have a good day, people.
Go on. Yes, ma'am.
Turn into a circus. Hey, we may need to invest in metal detectors at the door.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Lucy McCudis. I live at 1768 Quintara Court in Sunny Hills. I've been there for 30 years. Do you want me to repeat?
No, you good. You're good.
I want to make a point very clear. This is not only about the dollar amount of the increase. Some may look at the proposed increase and say it's not that much, but that misses the larger issue. The issue is that the county is asking this board to continue a system that keeps taking money from Sunny Hills and Oak Hills property owners without resolving the deeper objections. This resolution does not simply raise a rate. It reimposes the assessment. It approves the assessment roll. It declares special benefit. It creates liens against property, and it sets future maximum rates that can be imposed later. This is a lot of power. Before the county takes that power again, the people paying the assessment deserve accountability. They deserve to know where the money has gone. They deserve to know why certain projects were funded. They deserve to know whether every assessed parcel is actually receiving receiving a direct and special benefit. They deserve to know why so many property owners say they did not receive notice. I never received a notice, not ever. And they deserve to know why the county should keep this MSBU alive when the people have submitted a petition asking for abolishment. The problem is not just the increase. The problem is the continued existence of a system that many property owners believe no longer serves its proper purpose. The county should not be allowed to say it is only a small increase, while ignoring the larger question of whether the MSBU itself should continue. The people are not just objective to a rate. They are objecting to the system. For that reason, I am asking this board to reject the annual rate resolution and begin the process of abolishing the Sunny Hills, Oak Hills MSBU. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We're all tired, and I have a dental appointment coming up, so short and sweet. You've heard everything.
Can you? your
My name
please?
is Patsy Broom. I live at 1635 Velvet Drive in Sunny Hills. The so-called special benefits, that is such a great area. I've lived here a couple of years. The road, now, Velvet Drive is drivable. Getting there until D.R. Horton started popping up houses just around the corner was a nightmare. It was the 4-lane stretch of Country Club Drive. And we literally would drive in the wrong side of the 4 lanes to get back into town. That's how bad the road was. Once the houses got started, wow, the road got paved. The special benefits are not going to the residents, they're going to the builders. That needs to be investigated. I fear greatly that the MSBU, like the water, U.S. Water, is a failing system. It's no longer got the trust and the confidence of the people behind you. You know, we depend on you to help us face our problems and to solve them. And it's with that in mind that I'm asking the board to reject the annual rate resolution, begin the process of abolishing the MSBU, and if not abolished, then restructure it. New people, it's not working for us the way it is. You can't we have too many conflicts of interest. We have couples. You don't have one vote, you have two votes if you have a couple. Different committees, different board. It's just not the way to do things, folks. Let the residents vote, you know, put it back into the public vote. You know, we're going November to vote this, that, and the other. We can vote as a county. We have a poll right there in Sunny Hills. Let's turn it back over to needs of the residents, because there is a need. Monthly statements, we got something recently, and it was so vague where this money's going. It was just a repeated statement about some sort of survey. What was the survey for? You know, there's no explanation to where the money's going. It's too big of a gray area. And if you don't abolish it, then please fix it, because it needs fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Sir, didn't you yield your time earlier?
No, not on this issue.
Not this one.
I'll just be quick.
It was on the building.
Yeah.
Official. Okay, very good.
My name's Chuck Roberts, as you know from before. I do not live in Sunny Hills, but I am a resident of Washington County, as of everyone else in Sunny Hills. Sunny Hills is not a town, it's a sector of our county. There's no reason why they should have any lesser representation that we enjoy of the rest of the county. There is this MSBU money funding that is, you appoint people to run that. So you can neglect the responsibility and hand it off to them. It's long past time that the county takes back Sunny Hills for the county, for the benefit of the county, for the benefit of the people and the voters. There's no reason why they are secluded from representation that we all enjoy. The place has been, since I was a child, the blunt punchline of some of the worst jokes, because it's a shambles. It was supposed to be the crowning glory of this county, and it has turned into a toilet. Their water swallowed apart. They burned down their fire hall, and then they moved it around the corner and hit a bunch of. We took 3 hours to figure out where it was at. You look online, and it says it's at this address. That address doesn't exist. The roads change names. That thing has 3 addresses, and none of them are the address of that fire department. And it's only in a couple places online. Stuff is not getting fixed at all in that place. It needs to change. This MSBU fund, all that does is take more of your power away from controlling that place. And it's time to change it. It's been too long. Like I said, I was a child when this started. Some of you weren't born yet, and it's still continuing. It's not changing. You guys want to be the ones that change it, or do you want to hand it off to the next group? It's all up to you. Thank you very much. You have a good day.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Roberts.
Beth Roberts. I'm located at 1612 Dual Circle. I am hungry, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I've been through a lot of BOCC meeting minutes. I've been through a lot of MSBU meeting minutes. I have seen things that I don't even want to talk about here. I do have one thing to say about the builders. Oh, one thing to say about the builders. I have a MSBU meeting minutes from August 7th, 2024, where it states, the MSB coordinator openly expressing frustration regarding conversations happening behind closed doors that bypassed a citizen committee. The minutes state the coordinator said there were things in the works out of his control between a BOCC member and D.R. Horton. This directly documented the early stages of the county negotiating with massive private corporate builders to expand housing in Sunny Hills, despite the committee trying to manage the infrastructure budget independently. So that's just one thing that I will be typing up a whole bunch of other things, and if you guys want a copy of them, I will be giving it to you. But over the years, there's mismanagement of the MSBU budget on all levels. I mean, it started with the firehouse that burned down, the first firehouse in Sunny Hills that burned down. And after it burned down, they found out that the firemen were misusing the MSBU money. And they had loans. They actually took loans out against the deed to the property that the firehouse of Sunny Hills was on. And the county found out, but the volunteer firemen never got charged. There was no charges through the state attorney's office for those people that did that. But, and this stuff is on Google. You know, I found this stuff out on Google. But it goes through the whole trail because I found it because there was meeting minutes where a person went into the meeting minutes and said, what's going to happen to the old firehouse that burned down in Sunny Hills? And once that person brought that up, the BOCC looked into it, and nobody wanted to clear away the firehouse and clean up the debris. The county wouldn't take responsibility because it was a Sunny Hills project. The fire department apparently didn't have the money. They had found out they built another building behind the firehouse illegally. Apparently, they had gotten some funds from the MSBU to do it. That was one way that the MSBU became in charge, the BOCC became in charge of the MSBU, because they found out that those volunteer firemen were abusing the funds, and they had taken loans out and all kinds of stuff. And so then you guys stepped in and said, we're going to take charge of the money now. But that was one time over the years, and it's flip-flopped back and forth. But I'm just saying there's a lot of different things wrong with that MSBU fund. You really need to get an audit, a forensic audit. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Rick Yenter. I live at 3651 Country Club Boulevard in Sunny Hills. And I am in support of the MSBU. I think it needs to continue. The residents of Sunny Hills gets a lot of benefit from the MSBU funds. I think we get a lot of benefit for very little money. And without it, we have no lighting. We have no mowing and other features that help improve our community. And I would like to see the MSBU continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jim Futch, 1781 July Court, Sunny Hills. I wasn't going to speak, but to me, the MSBU, we need it restructured. with centering on the residents and all of the residents. I've talked with Scott and looked at roads that put up for repaving, and that's not gonna benefit all the residents. It's gonna benefit the residents that are getting a paved road. We need to use the money from the pool to benefit everyone. The lights benefit, the mowing benefits, and pay retopping or a surface treatment on Sunny Hills Boulevard, Elkham. I'm leaving off Country Club, even though it's in, but the biggest landowner on it and the biggest benefactor is the golf course. And I don't even know if they pay MSBU fees. And that's the road that's being used to get them their money, and they should have to pony up and be part of that. But I don't want to see the MSBU go away. I want to see it restructured, and I want to volunteer to serve on that and to help Scott or whomever is going to be in that position to identify road problems, because roads are a big deal. And our main roads going in and out right now are in desperate need of crack seal and a topping treatment. If they don't get it, they're not going to make it another 10 years. And the county, you're paving in Crystal Lake, but I don't know if that's a homeowner that's putting up that and the county's just doing the matching CEI fund. I don't know. But that seems to be the pattern, and from doing federal road projects for 30 years, it always was the pattern. The local usually benefited 10% toward the cost of the contract, and so that's not unusual to me. But we need more accountability for the MSBU, and a lot of that is from people like me that work in Alaska and didn't have the time to attend meetings or really keep informed of what's going on. But now that I've retired and I'm here, I want to serve and I want to help my fellow neighbors come and protect our community. Somebody said, oh, it was a dump. It was a dump. It's been cleaned up, and we've got to keep it cleaned up. And I'd like to see the county help us with the cleanup. We can identify the areas. County has dump trucks. You have prison crews that we could identify these dump spots and get them cleaned up before, because it only takes one and then somebody else starts adding to it and adding to it. Pretty damn soon we're back to where we were 3 years ago. And I don't want to see that again, and I don't think you do either. It's an eyesore for Washington County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Yenter, and I live at 3651 Country Club Boulevard. I'm here on behalf of not just myself, but all my neighbors that I've talked to, the ones that have to work, the ones that are not here because of vacation, the ones that don't like the drama and don't want to deal with it. And there's quite a few of us out there that really want the MSBU to stay. I'm glad to hear that there's somebody that wants to help out, because I haven't seen much help be given to the MSBU from the community. All I hear is, it's bad, let's get rid of it. We like having all the stuff that the MSBU does. I wanted to see it do more, and that can only happen if everybody gets together and works on it. Not just you guys, but everybody in the community. I do know that there was some of my neighbors that had gone to the very first meeting that was sponsored by Ken and Larry about the water, and there was all these petitions. They felt the need to sign everything, and they didn't read it. They have come to me since then and said, is there a way to get my name off of it? I said, I don't know. I have no clue. But they are out there, and not everybody read everything. I wish they would have. I don't know about raising the price on the MSBU. I'm not going to say we need it. I'm not going to say we don't. I don't know. But I do want the benefits that they do to keep on happening for us. And we can't do that if we just say, oh, well, let's just give up. And I don't like that idea. And in closing, I just want to say that I hope everybody here has got a little prayer for Scott and Christina and their daughter Nellie. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
I have a question. My name is Andrea Norris. I live at 4047 Linwood Drive in Sunny Hills. Sarah from Deltona was here, and she was going to talk about the letter that Tony Graham of Deltona had sent to each one of you, and I wanted to make sure that it was part of the record since she had to leave for a meeting, and that Tony Graham supports the MSBU completely, and with his amount of properties, it way outweighs the 200 signatures from the group that wants to abolish the MSBU. That's all. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
20 minutes, please. Thank you all for what you do. Do you have any questions for me? Anything in particular that I can answer? Any transparency questions? I mean, those transparency questions, you're the board that decides, so how the money's spent after you get the recommendation from us. So I'm sure you have all the budgets and reports, but just happy to answer any specific questions if anybody has them.
Questions? I don't have any.
I came here for the abuse.
Us too. Nothing else. All right, this time we'll close this portion of our public hearing for 3.7. This time, what is the pleasure of the board?
I reckon I can talk about this after we make a motion, but.
Let's get a motion first and then
Okay.
open it up for discussion. Backtrack, what,
At hand is the rate increase.
Is to approve the final rate resolution to impose and provide for the collection of service assessment in Sunny Hills.
I'll make that motion to approve the final rate resolution.
All right, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. All right, further discussion.
Okay.
My God.
David Corbin, motion.
All right, go ahead.
So, my recommendation to this board, we heard one side with the petitions. We ain't heard from the other people that don't wanna get hung up in the drama. My suggestion would be, before we make a decision on dissolving the MSBU as a board, have a special election in Sunny Hills, get Ms. Deidre to get the citizens of Sunny Hills and give them the vote, whether they want it or they don't want it. And let the people in Sunny Hills, instead of us appointing a member to represent each district, let them do that themselves. And if they choose to dissolve the MSBU, knowing it up front, Washington County cannot pave and do what they're doing in Sunny Hills, what we're doing right now, meaning parks, the mowing, the garbage pickup, the lighting, the paving the roads.
We love it, thank you.
You're gonna give up because we're not, we can't afford to do
We
it.
were out in the woods way before MSBU showed up. That's true.
Well, that would be my recommendation to this board, is let the people decide. If they want it, they do. If they don't, they don't.
So creating a referendum and
Yeah.
putting it on the ballot.
Put it on the ballot.
That's very expensive. I'm not opposed to it at all, but what does something like that cost? And I'm not opposed to it in any way, but I don't know if that's legal.
Guys, this is time for the board to discuss. You've had your time.
Mr. Attorney, is this something we could, we want the people to decide. I think the board is in agreement on that.
I want to
Can we
say-
decide what way that needs to move forward, whether it's a special refer, or how we get that input back?
So
And bring that before the board?
So let me say this in regards to the rate resolution, okay? And then come back to that question
Yeah.
in just a second.
I kind of jumped that.
The
sorry.
rate resolution, your tax collector and property appraiser has deadlines that they have to meet. You have to certify this roll within those deadlines. If you do not, it does not go on the tax bill, which means you cannot then collect it. So if this does not pass in sufficient time to do that, then it will not be on the tax bill. Okay, so I want to make sure the board understands that right out the gate. As far as the referendum, that's something the supervisor of elections will need to do. Here's my just 2 cents. That's a vote of the electors, but the MSBU is for the benefit of all of the property owners, not just the electors, the property owners.
Right.
And so the MSBU funds not only benefits those individuals that are voting during that election, but it also benefits those property owners that are out of state, that are LLCs, that are corporations. They may be in Florida, they may be in Washington County, they may be anywhere. So I just want to make sure you as a board understand that. If you want to do that, you have the right to do that. As far as cost is concerned, I don't know the cost. That's something I would have to get with supervisor of elections on to see if there's sufficient time to get it prepared for your ballot for the general election in sufficient time, and I don't know the answer to that either.
But you're saying if we did it a referendum and it was on the August ballot, which is very soon, I don't know if that could happen, and only the voters of Washington County who went to go vote and saw that ballot would be able to vote on that. If you lived somewhere else, but you own property
You
in
don't
there,
vote on it.
you're paying that assessment, but yet you can't vote on that.
Correct.
May I ask a question? Did we not send out 14,000 envelopes 5 years ago for that specific person?
So to it,
That was before my time. I'm not.
So
I understand, but we did send out, we paid, the MSBU paid to send out 14,000 ballots to all property owners. There's 28,900 and some. Kind of the floor.
Move forward.
All right.
Guys, we haven't been interrupted each other. Let him talk, please. Go ahead.
So in 2020, 2021, when we did the ordinance, we mailed out volunteers, we sat up here for a week, mailed out 14,000 envelopes to all the property owners. Deltona owns 10,000 properties. That's why there's only 14,000 sent out instead of 28,900 and some change. So we've already had the vote to establish the ordinance. The ordinance runs 10 years. Now, if we want to come up with a way to, can you understand me?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want to come up with a way that's different than the Board of County Commissioners implementing or appointing representation on the committee board, that's fine, just gotta find that solution on how we would do that. But we've already established this ordinance. How are we gonna mail out 14,000 more ballots to people? Like you said, how are they gonna vote? How are the investors in our community, how are they gonna vote? I thought that was the purpose of the 14,000 envelopes.
I wasn't aware of the 14,000, Scott.
No,
That was before.
fair
my
enough.
time.
So let me just talk briefly about that, because that was a big topic during public discussion. So when the ordinance was adopted, notice was sent out, just like Mr. Scott is referring to. Volunteers came in, the MSBU coordinator came in. That was a big undertaking back when Mr. Massey was here. Those notices went out. That ordinance was approved. That ordinance has the notice requirements in it. You can't ignore this rate resolution without looking at the ordinance. The affidavit of mailing says that the ordinance has been complied with. It has. That's the reason I said when I first started talking about the rate resolution, the only time additional mailings have to go out is if you haven't previously been, there's certain conditions in your ordinance that says if A, B, C, D, or E occurs, then you have to send them additional notice. In that original ordinance, it had built in a maximum amount of the assessment could not increase by more than 5% per year, and if it did, you'd have to send out that notice, which is the reason we have not been increasing it by more than 5% per year.
Can you address F in the resolution?
In the resolution,
And in page 5, well, page 434, and then page 5 on 434.
the maximum service assessment rate, is that what you're
Yes.
referring to?
Without, that can be imposed without further notice in future fiscal year.
Correct.
Meaning without doing another mail out.
Correct.
Like was done.
Correct.
Okay.
It's
There wasn't no mail out, no.
No, there was. That's what he was saying. He
in,
was
in the
saying 5
orig,
year.
when the original ordinance was approved, the ordinance was approved, the ordinance was complied with, Florida statute was complied with when that ordinance was approved. And in the ordinance, it says the total maximum, when the board approved that ordinance 5 years ago, said we will not allow, without going back and re-adopting and mailing everything back out to everybody, we will not allow the rate to exceed those amounts.
Right.
And that's what's in this rate resolution. From last year, it's increased by 5%, which is also in the ordinance that says as long as it doesn't increase by more than 5%, no further mailings are required because that was already done in the original ordinance. The ordinance is in place. Now, it's your ordinance. You can change it, but if you do, you gotta go back through the entire mailing process again. So
When
the
was the
ordinance
mailing?
also talks about how those board members are appointed. This board, your clerk's office, your county manager controls that budget and how those funds are spent.
And it's audited every year
Yes.
within our audit.
Yes.
Okay. Not a forensic audit, but it's done by our auditors.
Our annual
Audit.
mandated audit.
Like every municipality, that's nothing different.
You were asking for an audit. I was just saying that.
Mr. Attorney?
Yes, sir.
What is our time frame on adopting the final rate resolution?
I need to look at, to see, if you can bear with me a few minutes, I'll have to see when their last date is. I may have to get in touch with the.
I'm pretty sure it has to be
property
done
appraiser.
before the budget, before the September budgets. So a couple of months, and I might add, it'd be nice to have voting done to be elected on the committee, but the ordinance also states that it's an appointment. So, and that's a binding thing. I'd love for it to be a voted in thing, but am I wrong? Does it not say the ordinance, doesn't it say that the BOCC has to appoint?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure
Yes,
that it did.
does.
I'm pretty sure
It
that it
does.
did.
But here, let me put
Let me
this out there
answer
for
your question, Mr.
consideration.
Chairman, though.
Okay,
As
yes.
far as adopting this rate resolution, if the board tables this issue today and moves it to next month, we have to make sure we publish notice of another public hearing at the same time. I think July would be fine, but it's bumping pretty close up to the deadline beyond that.
Okay.
Okay.
That was gonna be my suggestion.
Can I?
If we can still make those deadlines, let's not change anything now. We don't wanna adopt the final rate resolution. Let's move forward another month. That'll give us some time to check on some of those things. That'll give us an opportunity to look at special election. And can we bring this back to the board to make the final decision on the rate resolution and have a path moving forward with, a special election or abolishment?
Well, you have a motion before you currently to
No,
approve
no,
it, so
I-
it would require amending that
understand.
motion or.
I understand,
Yes,
but
sir.
we're in discussion now,
Yes, sir.
so is that something we can do?
I
Yes,
mean, as far as
okay.
timing, yes, sir, I believe
Okay.
so.
Can I introduce this, what I have, this packet?
Yes.
Okay, before we make the decision on that, so I'm supposed to say who all I spoke with or received communication on this matter, and so it's way too many for me. I didn't get any emails in opposition of it. I only got emails and interaction with people for it, and so I just printed it all out. I gave it to the board. It's available for public record. If you want it, just do a public records request. It's ready for you. But basically, it is 40 letters representing 4,378 assessed parcels in Sunny Hills that are for it. And with that, in this petition, there's also several people whose names and information are on this petition who maybe spoke today and are for it, not against it. And then several people in this packet have reached out to me and said that they did not understand what they were signing. So I just
So was
want to give that.
your request was to this packet of information to enter that into the record?
I just want everybody to have all the emails that I got. I'm sure y'all got them as well, but I just wanted you to have them just like I did.
Chairman, may I have time for one or two more comments? So I know you know the functionality and of the MSBU, but there's a couple of stats that I'd like to give you. This year's budget's around $665,000 maximum that could be collected. Of that $665,000 that's collected, Deltona pays $200,000, give or take 5%. The residents that live in Sunny Hills pay around $40,000 of that $665,000 budget. The rest of it is made out from outside investors that invest in property inside Washington County in Sunny Hills. That's thousands and thousands of investors that I've never talked to, but I've talked to a handful of them. And when I spoke to them, the conversation generally went towards, they see the MSBU fee as an insurance on their investment. That the chance that their road gets paved, or they have lighting, or the community spreads out to them, and then their ROI on their investment is appreciated more. So I just wanted to throw out, there's some small stat. So like our lighting budget is $40,000. Road paving, about $400,000 each year. So $800,000 every 2 years. Mowing, $70,000 on contract, $109,000 this year to go throughout all of Sunny Hills and mow. So there's just some fun numbers for you to think about when you're making your decisions.
You're saying that the residents that live within the community pay about $40,000 of the assessments each year, and that the lighting budget is $40,000?
That's a way of looking at it, yes, yes. So there's approximately 100,000 it's approximately 1,000 residential homes. Residential lots, they're $40.72 this year. So you times that out, and their budget's about 40,000. Deltona owns 4,000-ish lots, some of them commercial, some of them are more than the residential lots. Their value comes out probably just shy of 200,000. The rest of the landowners that don't live necessarily in Washington County, could live anywhere, that have invested in there, they pay the remaining balance of that budget.
Who wouldn't get a vote if we put it on a ballot?
Not on a ballot. We'd have to mail out, if we voted on anything as a community, say it was the mowing contract or who was on the committee board, we'd have to mail out 14,000 ballots every year to, I would assume, to be legal. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is there's $600,000 coming into that community from people that don't live there. And one of them's Deltona.
Well, maybe if we, probably voting things out of the question, sounds like. Yeah. I mean, 14,000 every time you do it, I mean, but voting to appoint members of the board.
I think that's in the ordinance that says that you have to make that appointment, just like all the other suburban boards to the BOCC.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to
You hungry?
get something back to them. I mean,
So,
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Just
Andy.
for clarity, a couple things. Mr. Tard's package is in here. What Commissioner Marquez's package is part of the public document. It's all searchable. The MSBU and the county, I want to be clear, my role in this, and Scott and I have had a lot of conversations, but my role is not to tell Scott what to do, but I'm there to support the MSBU and the people of Sunny Hills. What that MSBU wants is what the county wants, unless I'm told different, then what's coming out of that committee is very important. And those meetings are not closed to the public. They are open to the public and they want the input. I know people like Mr. Futch personally. I know he'll be a great person to be a part of that.
Agree.
But please be involved in the MSBU meetings, because whatever comes out of that is what I want to bring to y'all to approve final.
Yeah.
Just like you guys, our committee members can't talk to each other outside of a public meeting. So anytime they're gonna discuss something, it has to be done at that meeting. And just to update you, Mr. Fleener and I and HR, we've put a bunch of documents onto the MSBU webpage. I asked you to take a look at what that is. It's end-of-year budget reports, road paving, who paved it, how much, how many miles, mowing logs, mowing contracts, everything that you would have to public request is now on there. So you should be able to look at the mowing contract, coordinate that or correlate that to the end of year budget and see how those all match up. It's something that we
I
need
just don't
to.
see there's no way to, just get rid of the MSBU with the amount of money that it generates for Sunny Hills in that area.
Outside of the people that live there.
Yeah,
Right.
outside the people that live there. I think needs to be more transparency, like you started doing with
Yes.
HR, getting stuff out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get the meeting minutes out there, get the meetings out there.
Yep.
Get the community more involved in the MSBU. I
Meeting
mean,
minutes always been out there. The
I know.
agenda.
I'm just saying
The
that.
agenda, I'm gonna, so, like y'all know, if I put the agenda out 20 days ahead of time, which I don't have a problem doing it, you're gonna have to constantly look back at that agenda going up to that meeting, because somebody's gonna see it 20 days prior, they're gonna say, I want this added, which is fine, I'll add it, but just know that you gotta keep looking back at that agenda. And talking to the people that are the volunteers on that advisory board, I think there's one or two of them that'd be willing to give up their seat for anybody that's behind me that wants to be on that board. It's kind of thankless. You hold similar positions. It's stressful. So if there's I bet when we have a vacancy, there hasn't been more than one or two people come to you and say, I mean, we generally in the past have had to go beg people to be on the board. You got 60 days to fill that board out, or it goes away, or whatever happens, I don't know. But you got 60 days to appoint people to that board or committee. So put the next one, or we'll voluntarily make term limits. I mean, Gary's been on the board 9 different times just because you call him back because nobody else wanted to be on the board. You know, so we're happy to have them. And before this came up at our meetings, we ran it like a town hall as long as there wasn't somebody there that just drug the mic for 40 minutes. We just, whoever was in the room, we hashed it out, and then we had a vote. So I don't know how much more we can do.
I'll throw my hat in.
Can I comment, please?
We're fixing to
Yeah.
move forward.
Go ahead.
So the motion was to approve the rate resolution, and there was a second. Is there an amendment to that resolution?
No.
Or
If
an
we-
amendment to that
Let's-
motion?
Why don't we,
You wanna move it to July, or you wanna?
I'm in favor of tabling the rate resolution decision till July and move forward with a way to maybe revamp or get some more input and things like that.
You cannot change that ordinance in July.
It has to
No, I'm not saying change the ordinance.
No, just get ideas.
When you say revamping the board or revamping how it works, that's what that's how I interpret
Okay.
that. So I just want you to understand that you're limited based
Okay,
upon your ordinance.
maybe what my thought is not take action on the final rate resolution today. That is brought back to the board in July for final determination whether we pass it or we do not. So that's one separate item, maybe I should say. The second part of this discussion today is to look for a path forward to either abolish or restructure or whatever we decide to do with the MSBU, with the community input, whether we decide to do elections, letters, and that may come after the fact, at a later time. Does that make sense, or am I?
I think we're kicking the ball down the court as far as what's at hand today, which is just the rate resolution.
Okay.
Pass it or don't, and then everything else, we can come back as a new item.
Okay.
I mean, that's just my opinion. I made the motion to approve it. It's out there. We can vote on it, and then, like I say, we can bring a new agenda item up for changing things, changing the ordinance, and get more input about exactly what that takes and what it would cost. You know, I know last time I've been at those meetings where, I mean, I've heard the stories about y'all stuffing those envelopes and all, you know. Yeah.
Can I add just, if we do that, just a committee maybe with the MSBU and Mr. Attard and a few other people to talk about things that they want change? If we're gonna approve it, if it's your desire to approve it today, we still wanna get the input so that we can redo that and have time to do it.
Bring it to the next workshop.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I won't take much of your time, I promise. I think we had a lot of discussion from Mr. Scott, if I may.
We've had a lot of discussion.
So, maybe y'all don't understand.
1 minute, Mr.
Yes,
Attard.
the beginning of the MSBU, it was done on a survey of just the homeowners in Sunny Hills. That's how the ordinance was created. It was done on a survey. I have all the records. Simply a survey, not a vote. And then when there was all the clamoring, like we're here today about doing about all the transparency, in 2017 or whenever it was, the board that was here met down in Sunny Hills. They didn't know who was in that meeting, and everybody said, raise your hands if you want it. If you want to end it, if you want to keep it. And they said, yeah, we want it. No signatures, no nothing. So you had a survey that started it, a simple survey, no vote. You had a raise of hands, and now you have 200 signatures that are saying they don't want it. And we're arguing about, and if I can give you this is the appendix. That's in that resolution. Why was it in there? Why was that in there if there was no affidavit that you
Thank you,
didn't have
Mr.
to
Attard.
mail out?
Thank you.
Why was it in there?
Thank you.
Can you answer that?
Yeah, Clay, if that's okay. Sorry, Chairman.
The affidavit says that the notice requirements under the ordinance were complied with. That's what it is. It's the same affidavit that has been in every rate resolution that this board has approved for the last 5 years.
2025, it was not.
Mr. Attard, please. Please.
Well, when he lies like that, how could you lie like that?
Sir, please stop. So what's the pleasure?
Would the board like for me to tell you how I amend that rate resolution? I took last year's and I changed the dates and I changed the amount. That's what I did.
So anybody can go find that it was in there
Yeah,
last year.
you can look at the email I sent Wendy last year because I sat in her office to change it last year. It's the exact same document.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so now the final rate resolution, there's been a motion and a second, and we've had discussion. Is there an amendment to that motion, or does the motion still stand?
My motion still stands.
Okay, the motion still stands. Does your second still stand?
Does.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Motion carries. So,
Yeah, I said no too. For the record, I said no.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you.
I was in the middle, I'm about to choke myself.
So let's take a recess and we'll be back at, let's be back at 1:30 and we'll go ahead and finish this thing up. Thank you.
Joey, come on.
There you go. Commissioner Brock.
It's nice to meet you. Thank you for being involved.
Hey, I got, we here. Wes is there.
We'll call our meeting back to order. This time we'll move to agenda item number 4, adoption of the previous minutes.
We're at the beginning of the meeting.
Second.
4.1 Board Workshop, May 7th, 2026. 4.2 Special Board Meeting for May 7th, 2026. 4.3 Board Meeting for May 14th, 2026. If there's no objection, we will adopt all 4 of those at once.
So move, adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Send it.
Move, motion and second, further discussion.
100%.
All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll move into our non-agenda audience portion. Attorney John, Bill Compton. I believe this is Aaron Garnett. Ms. Nan Thompson.
Dan Thompson, 319 Red Deer Road. My question is, with all the data centers coming in around the counties, okay, Washington County is the only one that hasn't set a moratorium or anything to block them. Bitcoin mining is just as bad. There's 3 different types of data centers. Enterprise, which is our small ones, hospitals, libraries, etc. Co-location, which is a medium to large, and then you have your hyperscales that are huge, 500 acres or more. Some of these LLCs that are coming in, they're using fake names, like Balloonist LLC. Okay, nobody would think a data center with a balloonist. A lot of them are coming in under tower companies. And that's just to name a few. Just recently, Amazon data centers admitted they use 2.5 billion gallons, in a year. Okay, we're in a drought. How's that gonna affect us? I'm asking that the county look into strengthening our planning codes. I know that I have been on the planning commission, and I know things have changed, but we have done nothing. Washington County is prime choice. We have land, we have water, and they don't need electricity. They can run off of gas lines, and it runs right through our county. Florida Gas Line. Think about this. I'm asking the county to be proactive, not reactive. Let's get something in place. Give ourselves the time to strengthen our rules and regulations, and that way we don't have to deal with it. I went out into the county, and I have petitions. I probably got close to 1,000 names, and that's just in a couple of weeks. And that's only doing it here and there. I still have petitions that are out, all asking for the same thing. We don't want it. Jackson County has said no. Holmes County has says no. Banning it is not totally the option because the county gets sued. And I don't care how much you pay your attorneys. We don't have that kind of money to fight it off. So I would like to think that maybe the county will consider doing a moratorium for at least a year, strengthen our rules and regulations before we have a problem and you have a crowd like you've had in here today.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thompson. We've started moving forward on some of that. You did talk to me the other day, you had some information. Will you have a problem emailing some of that to the board if you
Not a
have it?
problem.
Okay. If you'll
Yeah,
do that.
I think that's
Thank you.
something we need to get proactive on, for sure.
I do too. I just brought it up. I mean, everybody wants, everybody wants us to do something. And I've gone back and forth as far as what's the proper way. I was all about the one-year moratorium to find out more information. And I've kind of don't know that those are necessarily legal, because if they come in, I know other counties are doing it, but they've yet to be challenged. I personally think it's in our code. That's where I would like to see us head this off. And there may, I've been told there's some that we may want that don't use the water or use a closed loop system. So to say you completely ban something, you might be, I don't want the ones that are gonna suck our water system dry. I'll outright say that, and I'll, vote against that.
Just on the record, the consensus that I've talked to people is they don't want it, but we want to make sure we do it right, whatever's done. So we're getting information. I've been talking to Matt primarily at Clay, and how do we go about it? And we want to do it right and not too fast. And the state is also doing things, so we just gotta.
Right.
We want to do it right.
And I'll go ahead and, I've talked to water management, they will not issue the permit for one of these mega centers. We don't have the water that they require. So that's from the direct source that would issue those permits. So, but we could still be looking at a smaller one. So let's get ahead of it and try to figure out the right way to do it.
All right. Rexanne Duran,
She was the other.
Mr. Futch, Ms. Crittenden.
How's that Coke, Miss Benita?
It was good, Coke and peanuts.
I had
was
two
getting
Mr.
hungry. I didn't want to take it out on y'all.
I ate 3 Mr.
We appreciate
Good bars.
that.
I'm good.
Kudos to everybody that's left, because it's been a long day. All right, I'm gonna try to be as quick as I can. We'll probably get right at my 3 minutes, but Miss Connie Batchelor has volunteered to yield her time so I can finish it up. This is not anything that I fault this board with. Moving forward, if it's not moved on, I will fault this board for it. The last redistricting of this county, the voting districts, was completed in 2001. According to state statute and Florida Constitution, it should be done after every decennial, after every census. It did not happen in 2011. It did not happen in 2021. It's been 25 years since redistricting was addressed. So for the last 15 years, this county has been outside of compliance with state statute and constitution. Key points regarding this redistricting. Redistricting is not limited to census years, especially if the county is outside of the compliance ratios. Redistricting assessments can be ordered by the commission at any time. There should not be more than a 10% difference between the least populated district and the most populated district. They're supposed to be balanced. They're also supposed to make geographical sense as well and be contiguous. Districts may not be drawn with the intent to favor or disfavor a candidate or an incumbent based on their residential address. It should be objective and impartial to where anyone lives. This is not the responsibility of the Supervisor of Elections Office. This responsibility lies solely with the Board of Commissioners, according to the statutes. Key points regarding Washington County applicable to this topic. There's some census information that I gathered from the census website, also from the Federal Reserve and Economic Data website, and usafacts.org, which is an open source data website. Basically, just to sum that up, between 2000 and the projected populations for 2026, the population has increased 29% in 26 years. The largest single-year growth since 2011, or the last 15 years, was between 23 and 24, with domestic migration being the primary driver, and that is people moving to this area from other parts of the United States, or the area. Secondly, the district totals, now these are registered voters, not the total population. But usually the registered voters in a district is reflective of the ratios of the population in that area. So as of, I believe, I think Ms. Deidre gave me the 24 numbers, if I'm not mistaken.
Anita, hold on just a second.
Mhm.
Ms. Batchelor, you yield your time? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The least populated, as far as registered voters go, is District 2. District 5 is the largest at 4326. That is a 91% deviance between the least populated and the most populated for registered voters. So this is just an example. This is not the population, but this sometimes is, you know, it can be ratioed to reflect that. So big issue there. The other thing is the current district map. There was, when it was done in 2001, there was a lot of debate, and those meeting minutes are very interesting to go back and read. Mr. Brock's dad was on the board at that time. But 4 out of the 5 districts, they crossed the city limits of Chipley. And Mr. Brock at that time, you know, said, this is not representative of Washington County. The city of Chipley currently, as of last year, the estimates were about 3,700 people inside the city limits of Chipley. That can be under 1 commissioner. And then you have the urban area has 1 commissioner, and the surrounding area, rural areas have 4 quadrants. That's a common sense type of thing. If you look at today's map, it is not common sense at all. The options, so I'm not here just to complain, I'm here to give you the options of what's available to you. So the administrative committee, it can be the administrator, planning department, GIS staff, attorney, and supervisor of elections. There's pros and cons. I'm not going to go through each one because I'm going to use up my time, but I've listed the pros and cons. You can hire an outside consultant. That is the most professional, and it has the most protection as far as legal challenges go. The con to that is cost. Then there's a citizen advisory committee, a 5 to 9 member a committee appointed by the commissioners. That has its pros and cons too. The biggest one being it can be politically motivated. Then there's the commission-led process where you guys do it. And I think that is the one that leaves the county open for the biggest legal challenge, because there is self-interest that can be factored into it, and political motives. Then there's the hybrid approach, and this has begun to be the strongest and most commonly used process, and that's the use of a professional consultant with an appointed citizen oversight committee. Today, I am requesting basically an immediate discussion and implementation by the board to begin exploration of this process with serious consideration of the hybrid approach. This whole process should be completed within 1 year to ensure that districts prior to the 2028 election cycle, that this is completed. It has to be completed, or it can't be implemented within 270 days of a general election. So I appreciate that. And one question for you guys to consider is, why hasn't this been done for the last 15 years? Thank you.
Ms. Crittenden, could you repeat, did you say it should be done every 10 years?
According to Florida Constitution and state statute, it says that it should be done after each census or decennial.
Okay.
So it's usually, if the census is in 2020, it would be done in 2021 when the results of the census comes out. But it doesn't have to be done every 10 years, especially if the area is out of compliance. So you guys could initiate this immediately to begin exploration of that process so that the county becomes compliant with state requirements.
Was the last census done in 2020? Is that the most recent?
Yes, so 2000 It was, the last redistricting was done in 2001. The next census was 2010, the next census was 2020, and there has not been any redistricting assessment since then.
Did you say that was common sense? The original map? Did I hear that wrong?
Common
To
sense.
cut it? It doesn't.
No, the current one?
Yes.
No common sense in
Okay.
that, if you look at the current
I just want to make
map.
sure.
And I think you got, I mean, if, you know,
Okay.
I've got a big printed out one, a big one, but I didn't bring it, but, the current map makes no geographical common sense.
And
Yeah.
just, we have started looking at that already, just so you're aware. And the attorneys have been looking at some of that, and we know that they're out of whack, and it's in the process of working how we go through that. Like you say, we need to come up with that, and, you know, whatever direction you give us, we'll go.
Well, and I do just want to add one thing, and that is, this has been neglected for the last 15 years. So it was the boards prior to you, and there's nothing you can do to rectify that. The administrator position is in a position that your job is to kind of remind them of what they need to do to stay within state compliance of these things. Jeff Massey was here for 9 years. This wasn't done. The next person is the attorneys. The attorneys are supposed to be the ones that know the statutes backwards and forwards and keep you guys compliant within those statutes, to remind you of what you need to do to be compliant. Mr. Fuqua and his associates have been here for 10 years. I think 2016 or 2017.
Thank you, Ms. Crittenden. We need to move
That's
on
the
from there.
person left that you need to hold accountable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Yenter, Rick Yenter, Patsy Broom.
I changed my name just to let you know.
How do you identify, Mr. Tard?
Janice Wheeler, Monty Coates, Mr. Attard. So you said you changed your name?
I was gonna talk about the water issue and what transpired over there in Sunny Hills, but I changed my mind. I've learned a lot today. You put in a petition with signatures and then you get hearsay that somebody didn't want it. Either way, they're signatures nonetheless. Had a few people that said they wanted it. I don't know who that gal is that came in here with her high heels and all, but a lot of patronizing going on. Makes you wonder. But either way, you guys voted in for the cash cow. Good job. You got $33,000 extra that you can blow on for the builders. We see it. We know what's going on. And it's mind-boggling that you would have the audacity to approve a rate resolution when you know good and well that there are financial concerns and you have close to 200 petitions there of people that not wanting it. Nope, we don't want to hear any of it. It tells me a lot. And it's kind of discouraging, but it's most unfortunate. There was no reason you had to push that rate resolution through. Big deal. You had a crowd of people in here. You got 200 signatures that said we don't want it. Nope, talk to the hand because the ear is not listening. We brought up plenty of concerns to you, and wasn't enough because you already had your mind made up anyway. It's very obvious. And when you were given clear information and a petition to abolish it, you said a lot today. I learned a lot today. I learned a lot about all of you. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Tamika McKinney, Alan Foran, Beth Roberts, Eddie Beckworth, Larry Zazula, I'm gonna say Jason Deems, Barbara Deems, Janine Heath, Sandra Toole, Kelly Suggs, Jeanette Foran, Jack Hale, Kristen Lopez.
Yep, that's me.
That's you.
You guys are starting to know my name too well. Going off of a little bit with what Kenny had said, being new here to Florida, it's been a eye-opener with you guys up here. You're supposed to be here for the people, the citizens of your county. And today I did not see that, except for from a couple of you. You stood your ground. The rest of you, the way I see it is when I come into this, is it's all about the bottom dollar and who's getting paid what. That's where everything is passing. You didn't have to pass a lot of this stuff today. You could have stood your ground, you could have listened to the citizens, and I honestly, it breaks my heart that you guys didn't do that. And again, you guys are here for the people. We voted you in, and we can get you out. You guys got to remember that. And I know there is a few on this board that I trust, but the others, it's a very big disappointment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Costin. All right. It's the last on the list, and we'll move into the consent agenda. 6.1, approval of bid award to Roberts & Roberts for Crystal Lake paving improvements from Tricia Trail to Amethyst Lane. 6.2, approval of Spanish Trail Playhouse Local Arts Agency letter and resolution. 6.3, approval of Crystal Lake Drive improvements CEI Services task order for $127,100. 6.4, approval of FDOT SCOP G3M77 Holmes Valley Road from 79 to east of Fanning Branch Road. 6.5, approval of agreement between Washington County and David H. Melvin for engineering services totaling $60,898. RIF D0331 Holmes Valley Gateway Project. 6.6, approval of motion correction from 1/15/26. 6.7, approval of Bay Washington County interlocal agreement for Singer Road. Are there any amendments?
None. Mr. Chairman, can you verify 6.1 and 6.3, the funds that's paying for that project? Where did they come out of? Because I knew it was said in the meeting that 6.1 on the consent, 6.2, or 6.3.
Okay, so the Crystal Lake Drive, that's,
Scott.
yeah, that's
Scott,
not
right.
any of our guys in here. Okay, so
It's DOT.
It's DOT approved.
Yes.
I just wanted to be on
Yes.
record that Washington County ain't coming out of its
no,
pocket
this is,
paying for that.
this is DOT programs, yes. Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
All right, motion to approve?
Send it.
Second.
Motion to second. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, let me get my other sheet so I don't get confused here. So, 7.1, State Housing Initiative Partnership, Local Housing Assistance Plan. Ms. Carol Underwood.
Good afternoon,
I thought you was gonna say good evening.
and thank you. Right on time, because I had the distinct pleasure of introducing to you all Vakari Stevenson. She was at Emerald Coast. She drove all the way down from Pensacola. She has to leave at 2, so we're right on time. to present this today.
Thank you, Ms. Curl. I had her on the agenda in the event I wasn't able to make it today and if I had to leave. So thank you so much. But initially, the state housing plan has to be renewed every 3 years. And with our contract, we essentially do it for you.